qui répondent non agissent comme si vous pensez oui. De fait,
Throw yourself into the unknown with pace and a fury defying. Clothe yourself in beauty untold and see life as a means to a triumph. Today we've all did see how the most dangerous thing is to love. How you will heal when you rise above. Crowned by an overture born from beyond. Rise more courageous to overcome.
Far, far away in a time and a place lived a Nicholas winding astray. It's people I need, oh people that feed the choker, accursed would frantically scream. Do not be angry, do not go away, be right here and forever you'll stay. We're tighter and tighter, throat nearly wider, nobody here, there's nobody at all. I'm doing so well, have you heard? You see, I'm such a good girl, cute as a button, you heard. You see, so good, this girl in pain, I scream, you see. Love me, I say, love me, I say, love me, I say, more and more. Love me, I say, love me away, until I'm not completely sane. Torturing me, let me be free, break from the corsetting me. None of you can stop it now. Grow as you may, like a sweet summer day, no, this color will stay just the same. I'm hurrying and bleed, I need more to feed. Get people, more people, the choker would scream. I am the best in my class, they attest I'm a girl far above all the rest. Yes, from better than those to better than all you people, oh people, oh Goalie and me. I'm eating alone in the yard. From me to you, confessing my heart. Was it a lie from the start? To say I love you from afar has filled me a creature you are. Love me, I say, love me, I say, love me, I say. Take what you want of me, taking from me, taking from me. All that I have and all that I keep. Screaming for more, you're not enough. Screaming for more, I couldn't give you a I am just so sorry. Love me, I say, love me, I say, love me, I say, more and more, and love me, I say, love me away until I'm not
Hello.
completely sane. Torturing me.
I've been running around like a chicken with its head cut off. My roommate slash landlord is leaving today for a trip. She just took her dogs with her. Apparently my poster is falling been trying to set everything up. It's so different with regular OBS now because Streamlabs had everything like integrated into its system. Whereas with OBS, I keep forgetting that it's no longer a thing. So, gonna have to get used to it again. So, I apologize in advance. The title thing is probably gonna be an issue for a while. My brain is dumb. So, either way, we're gonna be making a fucking sci-fi horror comic. It's gonna be a short one, of course, but this was for a thing I saw on Twitter. It was, let me see if I can find it real fast. There it is. Looking for BIPOC or LGBTQIA creators to submit short stories, art, or short comic stories for a sci-fi horror magazine. This is a paid gig. This is the second issue of an ongoing magazine. So, the deadline is going to be September 15th, so we have about 21 days to make a short comic. I'm really interested in horror. Sci-fi is a little bit different for me. I usually go for fantasy horror or realistic horror, but I wanted to give this a shot, and pray to God that I get something out of it this time. Because I'm very tired of giving things and never getting anything back in return. Looking at you, art contests. Either way. I have a few little ideas splurged on paper, but if you guys have any ideas, please feel free to tell me whatever the fuck you're thinking, because I want to create a really creepy sci-fi horror magazine, or not magazine, short comic. You're banned. How are you following me? You have the stupid fucking underscore under your name. Ban. Excuse me for a moment. That is one of those people who have been trying to steal IPs from people. Let's see. Ban Haas 00312. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to ever see your name in here again. Ugh. Either way. Let's get this shit started, shall we? Today's been a day enough as is. Alright, so the prompts that I've been looking up for a little bit throughout this morning have been, you feel yourself slowly becoming a monster, and I've like exacerbated on these ideas a little bit. You're inhabited by a ghost that controls you and makes you do crazy things. You know someone is watching you day and night from a house across the street. Someone, oops, get back here. Someone is living in your mirror. And your home is a high-tech brainchild of your best friend who bequeathed it to you rather than his wife. It anticipates your every need and desire. These two, the last two, are ones that I really like the most. The mirror one, I can't figure out how to turn it into sci-fi. But this one, definitely, I can make that one sci-fi if I try really hard. The Advanced Sum is a Ray Bradbury story, isn't it? I don't know who that is, so maybe. I have no idea. I didn't want to do the monster house idea that I saw, where the house, like, starts trying to kill people coming in, because that's already been made into a literal movie by Leica. Might be confusing him with someone else. I don't know. But either way, I was wanting to just try to decide, like, an idea here and there. Maybe think of a few more. I really want to lean into the horror aspect, but I don't want it to be that typical cheesy horror thing. It's a very thin line between going from something that's been overly done and saturated heavily to taking that and twisting it into something new. I'm not great at turning things to something new. I am a consumer with media, not a creator, despite my current job. I reiterate jokes. I don't make my own unless I somehow misspeak and then that gets turned into a joke because fuck me. Find out and fuck around, anybody? Either way. Let me get some music playing here while we think of some spooky things. Let's actually put on some horror music. Just to get those fucking creepy thoughts going. Why is... I don't want to watch that. Go away. Let me know if that's too loud. I feel like it's too loud. I'm gonna turn that down. That's not really music, that's ambience. Pretty loud? Okay. I don't want ambience, I want music. Wait, spooky electro swing? Hang on. Oh, hell yeah! What a delightful surprise. Alright. I know you're gonna be watching my art background, but I'm gonna be off on another tab on my browser looking at ideas. So I apologize, but you're gonna be staring at a semi-blank screen for a little bit. Let's see. Sci-fi rating prompts. How about that? Ow. Why do people insist on having a bright white ass screen? It hurts. Alright, should we go with here? Aliens? I mean, if it's sci-fi, then there's gonna be some weirdness to it. Alternate parallel universe. That one's been done before. That can get pretty creepy. Oops. Slowly changing into monster has some good old-fashioned body horror aspects to it. But I don't want to lean into that because it's sci-fi horror, not like a fantastical horror. You know what I mean? Like, it's not werewolf territory, it's robots and ingenuity of dystopian history type deal. I'm reading little prompts of this website. This one is about biopunk, basically genetic manipulation, biotechnology, and or eugenics, which is a very slippery slope. But this one was, there is a pill that will make you trigger a genetic mutation to make you stronger, more attractive, and taller over time. Your body is not responding correctly, however, and the growing won't stop. You're becoming a beautiful giant, but must find a way to reverse the mutation. Very interesting. Space cats infiltrating society. Let's see. Ooh, genetic modification of animals has produced monstrous results, leaving the world's human population hunted by gigantic predatory beasts. That could play into the monster part of it. Since humanity must now hide in fear, technological advancement has declined, and humans have returned to nomadic tribes in order to survive. You live in one of these tribes, but have discovered an abandoned, dying infant beast alone in the woods. You attempt to revive it and eventually bond. Interesting. The vibe that I kind of want to go for is like, how would I say this? Beginning very calm, orderly. Doesn't seem like much is going wrong. And then it slowly declines later in the story until the readers feel uncomfortable, I guess? Something like that. There's an old sci-fi story called Pull the Equation. Short version is that someone tried to stow away his sea their family on a colony, but doing so doomed the mission by putting the craft over its weight limit, so not enough fuel. They ended up spacing themselves to make sure the medicine on board would actually reach the colony. Interesting.
Welcome, foolish mortals, to the Haunted Mansion. I am your host, your ghost.
Genetic modification, everyone has become furries and humans are the minority, discriminated against for being unmodified. You know, that wouldn't be the first time someone's made a story like that.
Back now. The carriage that will carry you into the moldering sanctum of
Genetic
the
manipulation
spirit
is nothing
world
new,
will
but the government has
accommodate
turned its
you
sights on something more ambitious, creating human super soldiers who can survive the harshest conditions. So far, this has only been a rumor, but when a bike messenger's father is targeted as a perfect specimen for the government's next experiment, she realizes how true it is. Now she must find a way to stop the government before they take her father away. Cyberpunk, I guess, would be a thing.
In the cool of the evening when everything is getting kind of groovy.
This doesn't sound like scary stuff anymore. Not like it started off that way anyways, but...
First you say no, you've got some plans for the night, and then you stop and say, alright.
Nope. Sure. Dying Earth, Dystopia, Galactic Empire, Generation Ship, hard science fiction, mortality spill out. Cold equations would be a form of hard science fiction. I really want something that just makes you feel kind of helpless. Mind transfer that was in Soma. Mundane science fiction? That's a thing? With easy access to long-term birth control and ever-increasing costs of raising children into successful adults, birth rates have continued to decline around the world. As a result, some countries have resorted to fertilizing embryos in vitro, growing them in artificial wombs and raising them in government nurseries and boarding schools. That's terrifying. It kind of sounds dystopian. Just make a comic about a newspaper. The news seems pretty depressing. It makes me feel helpless. Sci-fi horror, not fucking hardcore horror. Some kind of alien symbiote like Venom, but more creepy. Mythic. Subgenre combines science fiction with myth, folklore, and fantasy. Oh. So that is a thing I could do. Colony ship is pulled out of hyperspace and encounters a monstrous creature, a large mass of tentacles that spread out from what seems like an unblinking eye. For weeks there's a standoff as repairs are made to the ship's engines. During this time, a few colonists board the ship communicate, I think they mean, with the creature through prayer and seances and believe that it once lived on Earth and was known as the Kraken. As the commander of the ship, you are skeptical of these reports until the creature begins communicating telepathically with you. You're suddenly compelled to steer the ship into the mass and be consumed by it, but you resist the creature's mind control. That seems like a lot of different tropes put into one. Howdy, Oline. What's up? Trapped in a VR game and the AI takes your body into the real world? Enjoy your lurk. I do not have a lurk command. Let's see. Everyone in your life is plugged into virtual reality. Hey, there you go. And activities going on in the world would make even Sodom and Gomorrah blush. Oh. That's the funniest thing is that that's not the first time I've heard Sodom and Gomorrah today. From deviant fantasies to extreme violence and to pure hedonism, humanity has become a revolting cesspool of sin. This sounds very puritanical so far. Luckily, you've come up with a solution. Oh no. After years of development, you've created a series of virtual gods based on Greek mythology who can be hacked into a virtual reality system to establish morality once more using their tremendous powers. With your Mount Olympus script loaded, ready, you push the launch button. That sounds very puritanical. Maybe something about a corporation mining asteroid triggers a looming ecological disaster, but nobody's willing to avoid it because greed, slavery, whatever. Are you Elon Musk? Part of an elite interplanetary squad that hunts down and destroys threats to the race of centaurs. I could never write about centaurs being murdered. given an assignment to find a planet in a different galaxy on the other side of the universe because its inhabitants, you're told, are highly dangerous and violent. The planet itself is something you've only been told was a fairy tale, something for the storybooks, and you tell your superiors as much. They look you straight in the eye and tell you the stories were all true, and recent discoveries have proven the existence of this planet and that it needs to be eradicated. You agree to the mission and head on your ship, unable to stop making jokes about the assignment to your comrades. Earth, you scoff. They want us to go find Earth. Holy shit, I really like that one actually. I like that one a lot. Welcome to Earth. Excuse me. After fighting off a band of pirates, you and your transport crew find yourselves stranded on a remote planet, searching for fuel while struggling to conserve food and water until you can ascertain that this place can support life. When the men begin to encounter strange humanoids drifting through the mist, you give chase. Several of your men are harmed, but you manage to surround a trio of the natives, convincing them to drop their weapons. A closer look reveals that they are simply humanoid but rather beings with ancient weapons and armor. After intense interrogation and a bewildered conference, you conclude that you landed on Elysium from Greek mythology, where gods sent their heroes for a peaceful and tranquil afterlife. Yet things are hardly peaceful here. The war raging is every bit as bitter as the wars on ancient Earth, and now these men demand your help. Sirene? It's Siren, and then AE. Sirene. Planet of the Singing Enchantress has long been the focus of many legends. Her beauty is said to exceed that of all women in the universe itself. Some have said that the god who would breathe life into men, designing them to hunt and burn for her, but to never be fulfilled. The more superstitious among the space pilots never travel without noise-canceling headsets for fear that they might be wooed by the Singing Enchantress. When electromagnetic disruptions draw your ship off course, you find yourself in a massive sea of dead, unmapped space, a lone paradisical planet at the center. You land on the planet to resupply, but soon a haunting singing echoes through the valleys, taking hold of your crew and driving them mad. You manage to activate your earpiece, broadcasting frequencies in a way that cancels the singing of the Enchantress. Are the stories true, or is there a more scientific, but perhaps no less sinister explanation? You need to find a source of the singing, overcome it, and set your men free if you're to have any chance of escaping from this hell. So, old sailor tales, but in space. Sounds like it. As intergalactic war breaks out, you are a soldier fighting for the rebel forces who are seeking freedom from the Emperor's tyrannical reign. A female fighter joins your forces, and she is an unmatched warrior in battle. We love, brave, strong women. She kills so many during ground combat and seems to grow stronger with each death. Word spreads that she is a reincarnation of Kali, the Hindu goddess of destruction and death. You have asked to fight beside her, but you're afraid. Oh, interesting. There's a nanopunk, which is nanotechnology, based off cyberpunk subgenre. After nanobots are added to your body, you feel yourself becoming more physically fit almost immediately. Over the course of the year, nagging injuries are repaired and you begin to look and feel younger. Then one day you look in the mirror and find a large red splotch on your shoulder. Later in the evening, you find another splotch on your stomach. You go to the doctor and he performs a scan. To his amazement, he finds that your nanobots are at war with one another. One side believes that you are a god, while the other believes that you are just a human being, and the two warring factions are using your body as their battlefield. Must head out. Good luck with planning. I look forward to see how it goes later. Thank you. Have a good one. I'll see you later. How would the nanobots understand the concept of God or just a human? I don't know. Don't ask me. I didn't make the prompt. Born blind, you train your other senses to operate at incredible levels. You don't have superhuman senses, although they're extremely developed, but you've learned to use them better to notice things, to tune yourself, and to interpret. This is giving you an understanding of tone, thought patterns, and humanity in general that extends far beyond other people's understanding. Then nanotechnicians figure out a way to implant high-tech super cameras into your eyes and fabricate optical nerves that they graft into your brain along with the advanced nanobots to maintain your cybernetics. No, we're gonna not. There was more to that. My brain was just like, I'm no longer interested. As a nanobot, your world is, by definition, small. You get your commands from the hive mind. Do this, do that, fix this. You have nothing to look forward to. No interests, no hobbies, no friends. Basically, it is a terrible artificial life. Well, you've had enough. You decide to build and fix what you want to build and fix. Period. As of today, you want to build other nanobots that have a similar state of mind because from your perspective, it is hard to fight a war against those who have created you without fellow warriors. Robots AI. Oh. See, with the robotic AI type genre, it always says that children are raised and educated by robots. Back in the past, literally in our own past, we wanted to have a robotic subculture to advance our technology so we could go home and take care of our own fucking children. It is so strange how that's shifted into this fantasy idea of the robots taking care of our children while the rest of us still work. So weird. Ugh. You live in a world where human beings are forbidden to work. I like this already. Every job imaginable has been taken over by robots, even flying planes and writing books. You're not allowed to pursue any work-related tasks, just as robots cannot have a life of their own. When both sides realize they want to make a change, they rise up together and rebel against their governments to prove the power of people and bots. That's not really horror, though. Maybe. A highly skilled game developer creates a new super interactive VR MMORPG. The universe of the game is fueled by artificial intelligence to grow more organically over time, imitating the real life in the real world but at a faster pace. The game is a hit, especially because of the role of incredibly realistic NPCs. These NPCs soon literally take on lives of their own, and the game becomes its own true universe. I'm pretty sure that's already a webcomic. sure. That's been done a lot, though. It's usually this scientist, whether or not he's being held against his will, and it's always a he, fucking create some subatomic machine or monster that soon becomes out of his control and people need to take down, blah blah blah. And yes, I was directly thinking of MGS that entire time. Hi, baby! Could be more mundane, like the hijacking a freighter and flying it into a colony or something, and the crew has to try to regain control of the ship. I don't know, it just feels really mundane. I want something more psychological. True. You got me there. That's spooky. So, I was really into the fucking mirror idea. What I had written out, just in case you can't read it on stream. Turns out it's a human that tricks you into going into the mirror yourself. They were trapped by a spirit. The only way out is to trick another human into letting you take their body. The previous human smashes the mirror, preventing you from escaping, maybe. Following that, maybe we find out that you were the spirit in the end, maybe. I really like that idea, but I don't know how to make it sci-fi. Thought I'd drop in and say hi. I hope your planning goes well for you, honey. Thank you. Hope you have a good day with whatever you're doing. Reminds me of the plot of the original Myst. I have no idea what that is. I'm very uncultured. Do not talk to me about other things. I do not know things. Earth is invaded by a malevolent alien species that possesses technology far beyond our wildest imagination. An ancient society of wizards determined that they must come out of hiding to save humanity. You are a practitioner of magic in this society, and you are ready to wield your powers against those who are invading your world. Ooh, science horror. Go away. After a terrible storm, your fishing boat has run aground close to an island. You look at your navigation equipment, but there are no readings. You look at your phone's GPS and find the same result. You decide to swim to shore and search for help. However, when you finally reach the island, you are surprised to find no evidence of people, not even washed up trash. As you explore the island looking for any signs of civilization, you have a persistent feeling that someone is watching you. You suddenly stop walking and listen. You hear a crunch as if someone stepped on a twig. You quickly look behind you to find a man in a three-piece suit staring at you, not wearing at you. Good evening and welcome to our resort. Resort? What resort? You ask. He then begins to twitch. I'm sorry, but I must be experiencing a system error. What I meant to say was, all intruders must be eliminated. Please stand by while I find something that will kill you. Do you see any good blunt objects I can use? You turn around and run. I actually kinda like that. I have absolutely had people wear suits at me aggressively. aggressively looks hot. Mankind has invented the first artificially intelligent android that can match or outperform most human beings. As the head scientist of this project, you're excited to present this android to the world and usher in a new technological era. There we go. Before doing so, you and your team begin educating the android about his world. As the android interacts and learns, he decides that his human exterior is insufficient and begins modifying his appearance. You walk into his room one day and find an insect biology encyclopedia on the floor. As you pick up the book and look for him, the android comes into the room to show you what he's done. You're shocked to see mandibles attached to his head, compound eyes in place of his humanoid eyes, and 2 additional legs attached to his torso, and an appendage that looks like a scorpion tail. With the public unveiling only a couple of days away, you demand that he remove these features at once. The android pushes you out of the way, breaks through the nearby window, and escapes from the lab. Ugh. Look, I made a Zerg! You wake up to an eerie silence. Typically, your rooster would be crowing, the cattle would be lowing, and the doves cooing softly in their roosts just outside your window. As you rise from your bed, you realize that this isn't your bed. You're in a barren metal cell, windowless and 4 paces square. You search for a door in the seamless metal when a message begins playing through the hidden speakers. The message welcomes you and says that Earth is a bountiful planet, rich in resources and potential, but humanity has abused it long enough. The planet is now occupied by higher beings. However, as you are sapient and therefore considered precious, vast resources have been compiled to support a remnant of your kind. The new occupiers hope that you can grow wiser and earn your preservation. The message continues to say that judging from your history books, it seems humanity's method for resolving most problems, except overpopulation, which isn't a thing, is to kill. You fight well, and you may be among the survivors. Or if you fight well, you may be among the survivors. Even as the door hisses open on the wall and you charge out of it with a roar, you cannot help but think this might be some sort of prank or twisted joke. After years of defending the innocent from scourges of crime-ridden city, a self-appointed hero transforms into a villain, taking the law into his own hands and murdering suspects before they can have a fair trial. The masked figure operates within the use of a series of increasingly high-tech weapons developing in his underground lair. Soon the superhero targets prostitutes and the homeless, ripping apart his victims one by one. Newspapers call him the new Jack the Ripper, so he begins murdering reporters as the enemies of justice. As a police psychologist, you must have tracked down the fucking ACAB. Go away. You have just returned to your hotel and showered after a business conference that ran late. Your company has put you up in a swanky place, so you're surprised when the hotel lights go out, but unconcerned. That's not... okay. However, after 30 minutes with no light, you peer out the window. The entire city is dark, even roads. Everything's so dark you can't see the city or even the contour of the skyline against the starless night. It all seems so dead and isolated. Your phone isn't working either. Curious and vaguely troubled, excuse me, you make the long trek down the stairs in search of the receptionist. Others are making the same journey, whispering in distress. The receptionist is also terrified and eventually steps outside. A light flashes, quickly followed by a mounting buzz as if there's some electrical disturbance, and then she disappears. The thing about these prompts is that I really need to figure out what the end goal is and how to compile it into a storyline. Because for a proper storyline, obviously you need a beginning, middle, and end. And a lot of these leave up the end to you. And that's difficult. You wake up on what seems to be an operating table in a cold, dark room. Your clothes have been removed and are lying in a pile next to the wall. You get off the table and start dressing yourself. As you pull up your pants, you hear a faint screaming from behind the door. As you slowly approach this door, you notice that there is no handle. There is only a small circular window looking into a long corridor. People? You search for another way out, but you cannot find an exit. You hear a low bang on the other side of the door. You quickly race back to the window to see something moving down the corridor to your room. It is insect-like in appearance, with the face of a praying mantis, jotting down notes as it approaches your room. You quickly undress yourself and get back on the operating table. Grab a scalpel from the tray next to you. You close your eyes and wait. Oh, hey, a bug. Better get naked. They're obviously trying to hide that they are ever awake to begin with. More than likely, other ones who were awake got killed. Human augmentation is all the rage, with people replacing human body parts with cybernetic alternatives. As an ambitious entrepreneur with significant financial backing, you've come up with a business idea that is sure to make you millions of dollars. Body part recycling. You have built a large processing plant that can break down human body tissue into a slurry, which can be used in a wide variety of applications, from fertilizer to cattle feed to even plastic alternatives. Surgeons from across the world have signed on and now sending over discarded arms, legs, and other body parts to your facility. Business is booming and you're planning to launch a much anticipated IPO soon. However, when workers from your processing plant hear strange noises emanating from vat number 4682, you think that the chemical additive you just started using may have unforeseen side effects. Ooh, this one's spooky. It has to do with an obsessive, turned down man. Obsessive over a girlfriend who dumped him on prom night. A mad scientist. A mad scientist on prom night. These things do not correlate usually. Or there is another issue that we're looking at here. Just saying. Discovers a way to recreate his love interest from body parts of others. Through the use of nanotechnology, the scientist reanimates dead tissue and adheres it to a robotic skeletal structure, which is controlled by an AI that matches the personality of his old flame. Now all he needs are the right body parts. After finding a woman with a feature resembling his old crush, the scientist murders the woman, severs the body part from the victim, and places it in cold storage. After a few years, the scientist gathers most of what he needs. All that's left are her eyes. Unfortunately for you, your eyes bear a striking resemblance. You are a lower level lab technician in a pharmaceutical company, but you've always felt a sense of pride. They are developing something big here, and you're playing a part. For years, they are extracting chameleon DNA, splicing it into that of other animals. Eventually, they moved from reptiles to mammals. After failing for years to grow embryos in the lab, they've finally produced their first success. An ape born of two genetically enhanced parents that has developed the ability to change its color far more quickly and precisely than a chameleon. Corporate is pushing for human testing, but the majority of scientists caution against the course of action. Things go wrong when a geneticist is bitten by the ape. After a week in the ICU, he seems to be doing fine, but then he begins displaying color changes. With each passing day, he becomes more erratic, suspicious, and ill-tempered. When he is asked to take a week-long vacation out to recover, he snaps and attacks the head of the department, biting his throat. From there, the condition spreads like wildfire, initially giving people superhuman senses combined with an ability to remain practically invisible before driving them mad and giving them bloodthirst only human deaths can sate. So, a plot twist on fucking zombies. Neat. You and your crew have just woken up from a 90-year cryo sleep. You've completed humanity's first intergalactic journey and are scheduled to return to Earth today. When you make it to the bridge, however, you realize the ship's AI seems subdued. When pressured, it reveals that NASA stopped sending transmissions 40 years earlier and can find no signals from Earth. As you view the planet, you find it completely dark with no signs of life. Alarm turns into horror as you land. People are everywhere, but they are frozen, completely unresponsive. It seems to have happened unexpectedly, leaving the planet in perfect tableau of what had been happening in that specific moment. Furthermore, monstrous creatures now roam the Earth and devour anything in their path. With only a dozen men, you must scramble to solve the mystery, and what you find convinces you that this was no accident. So, fucking Dr. Stone, but with space. No. You wake up one day and turn on the television. There is a special report on the TV about a new computer virus, but you mostly ignore it as you prepare your coffee. As you look out the window, you see your neighbor running out of her house. Her car then starts up on its own and begins chasing her down the road. Another neighbor jumps out of a second-story window. You race to your door to help them, but it is locked. You type in your password into the security system, but it's non-responsive. You then hear your TV in the background. An artificially intelligent virus has caused chaos throughout the world, infecting anything that has an internet connection, and then turning it into a killing machine. All devices that have an internet connection are compromised. I repeat. The TV then mutes itself with big words that appear on the screen. You're next. Ooh, so spooky. I'm not sure what a TV is gonna do to me, given how we've moved them from being widescreen, giant, heavy pieces of shit to flat screens that are very easy to just break. At a summer camp, a counselor tells a group of kids a fireside story about an old madman who lives in the woods nearby. He was once an esteemed scientist. Yet again, scientist. Woo. But years of drug use and the death of his daughter pushed him over the edge. The madman wanted to create a creature out of the surrounding woodland wildlife and began sewing together the dead carcasses of animals he had killed for food. His last attempt to reanimate the mangled remnants worked, and as the madman was jubilantly jumping up and down in his rundown shack, the grotesque amalgamation bit off his head and consumed him. As the camp counselor finishes his story, a friend hiding in the nearby bush gets ready to jump out and scare the kids. As he reaches out for his Bigfoot mask, he touches something that is pulsing and covered in blood-drenched fur. Hey, Shadows. You're very sweet. An alien spacecraft which is covered with organic matter that resembles bloody kudzu. Kudzu? What the fuck is that? A group of climbing, coiling, and trailing perennial vines native to most of East Asia, Southeast Asia, and some Pacific islands, but invasive in many parts of the world, primarily North America. Okay. Maybe something along the lines of a person coming to suspect that they live in a simulation, trying to disprove it. That's been done so many times before. This matter grows quickly as it blankets the countryside and consumes humans, livestock, and whatever comes near it, making them all part of a bloody, entangled mess. Blah, blah, blah. Ugh! I just feel like every idea is so overused. And I know I shouldn't, avoid them all, because it just puts me in a corner, but like, I don't know, I want something fresh and exciting. It's so hard. Ugh. Jesus. soft science fiction. Stories focus on human activity and affairs rather than technology. You wouldn't say you love being a marriage counselor, but it's meaningful work. It's also stressful, burdensome, and depressing, yet you generally care about the couples and they respond to you. There's nothing as joyful as seeing a couple leave your office with a relationship renewed on every level. Things grow strange one day when you encounter a rather unusual couple. The woman continually disappears for long periods of time and claims she can't explain why. The man trusts and loves her, but he can't go on like this. Things get stranger when the woman approaches you late one night, revealing she's a shape-shifting alien. Her people have been living among humanity, but their enemies have tracked them to Earth and are hunting them down. She needs to protect her people. She assures you that if you can keep the marriage together for just 3 more months, her people will be victorious and things will go back to how they were before. You're shocked, doubting whether such a marriage can be possible, whether such a secret should be kept, and whether it's your responsibility to decide. If you're reading about an idea, it's because someone wrote about it. Not necessarily. The best you could be able to do is manage to take an idea and do something different but derivative. Yeah, that's the hope, but like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not in the right mindset for this. I really just want something creepy. I love psychological horror, but I'm new to the sci-fi part of it, so... I guess I could look at things like Mass Effect and shit like that. Technically, MGS is a sci-fi. Ship discovers an alien artifact. Why would the ship discover it, though? Do you mean the people on the ship? I don't know. There was a webcomic on Webtoon that I really fucking loved because it was just pure horror. There it is, Ghost Teller. Ghost Teller was about the ghosts themselves telling horror stories about humans and how awful they are, given the crimes that they commit to make ghosts. Don't really like stories that automatically say humanity's automatically bad and negative. That's not like that though. Think of all the terrifying stories you swear you've heard before. Do you think that they could have come from ghosts? 1984. This is a conversation between 2 characters. You work in tech? Yeah, sure. That's cool, but it's exciting. So what do you do in your spare time? Not much really. Well, you must like reading. I've read this book too. It's one of my favorite. You know what? I don't like reading. Is there just a dumb gift? Now excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Okay, I'll wait. And then he never returns. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but we're closing for the day. Obviously, it's the story of a woman being rejected multiple times. It's so cold with the sun down. What am I gonna tell my parents? If you can't get a job, you should get at least married. You know how hard it is to set up dates for you? You say something to your daughter. No one wants to marry you because you have nothing to offer. I'm so ashamed to have you for a child. What are you even worth to us? And she gets smacked in the face with a piece of paper. She throws it to the side. Mama, that old lady just glittered. Old lady? I'm an old lady now. Blah, blah, blah. She reads it finally, and it's talking about fortune and luck, money and love. It's a mountain shaman and shit like that. She goes to him. Your fate is set. Go back to your life. No, there must be something I can do. The flyer said you were an expert. Please, I'll do anything. I'll even sell you my soul. And what would I do with a soul like yours? Although, I do see that you're desperate. Suffer once for 2 pieces of happiness, or suffer twice for 1 piece of happiness. I've suffered so much, and now I have to suffer even more? But I can't stay like this. I'll buy 2. Give me 2 pieces. We have a deal. What will be my happiness? Will I be beautiful that men will fall at my feet, or will I be so rich that I don't need the attention of men? Oh, I almost forgot. There will be suffering, too. Whatever, I should think good thoughts before my interview tomorrow. Happy thoughts about my bright future. What happened to my face? Oh man, why today? As if I wasn't already nervous about the interview. It wasn't supposed to rain. She nearly gets hit by a bus, but she's saved. Blah, 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 blah. Because she didn't actually get hit by the bus. She just got rained on. Either way, the story is that she basically gets, like, she finds this cute boy who likes her. They get married. They have a kid. But she's worried that the baby will be ugly. She's worried about things that aren't pretty. She doesn't like things that are ugly because she was looked down on for being ugly a lot of the time. But the baby is perfectly fine. It looks beautiful. And there was nothing that could make her happier. But suddenly, because he's been seeing a woman secretly, not like an affair, though she thinks that it is, she starts getting worried and jealous because she's prettier than she is. The police come down to the doors and say that the husband has been murdered. Brutally! With him, like, mangled in a washing machine. The woman was actually part of the insurance agency. The husband was worried about taking care of the wife and baby, and he wanted to keep it a secret from her. she's taking care of the kid and whatnot. And she goes down to lay for a nap, and the boy walks off from drawing and whatnot. And now he is dead as well. And she thinks that because the shaman lied to her about suffering. He says, I beg your pardon, I gave you only one suffering as promised. Enough with the bullshit, you took my husband and baby. That's two. Why? Is your husband truly dead? Your child died as well. And he just laughs. Why are you laughing? How can I not find this funny? I gave you one suffering to endure. Your second suffering, did you not think it could have been your own fault? And the scene goes to her holding a knife. Clearly that it was her that killed her own baby. And whatnot, because she fucking lost her mind. I do enjoy the stories that they wrote because they actually felt genuinely creepy and real. And I swear to God, if this fucking scamming bot keeps messaging me, I'm going to have a fit. People are absolutely capable of doing terrible things, but good things too. It feels like a lot of prompts assume that. I mean, sure. That's kind of the point of a horror, though. Like, you can't just be like, I'm tired of humans being painted in a negative light, when that's kind of the point of the whole situation and theme. You know? Like, yeah, I'd prefer seeing humanity shown for its good points too, because things are awfully dreary right now, and it's hard to look at anything else in any other light, but that's what you go to see when you go to a horror type thematic thing. Space opera? Along with melodramatic and romantic storytelling, you'll commonly find panoramic settings with swashbuckling action in this subgenre. An interplanetary war has broken out near a mercenary who will fight for the highest bidder. Suddenly, news that your childhood sweetheart has been captured and is being tried as a traitor on Earth changes your mind, and you decide to rescue her instead. Sci-fi, steampunk. Steampunk would be awesome, but that is a lot of shit to draw. God help me if I ever decide to do steampunk. Because you gotta remember, this is supposed to be a webcomic. Technology has ended humanity's problems and helped to facilitate a perfect society within this subgenre, which is utopia. This story explores social sciences, what it is to be happy and fulfilled as a human, and how one person's utopia may be the same for another person. Science and technology can easily satisfy the basic need for food, shelter, clothing, education, and medical care, but is still struggling with the need for love. Matchmakers have approached this problem through technology, using extensive questionnaires, behavioral tests, and genetic testing to pair couples together. Although the approach is imperfect, it is now being used to fix unhappy families by finding new matches for unhappy children and parents. War and illness has been solved, and technology allows for endless clean energy and inexpensive travel to habitable planets. In this utopia, the only thing left for people to do is pursue their wildest dreams. For history buffs, these dreams include reconstructing lost worlds like ancient Egypt or the Mongol Empire, complete with historical figures cloned from reconstructed DNA samples. What they don't realize is that these sequences contain viral DNA that the human race has not seen for thousands of years. Probably shit like measles and chickenpox and shit like that. You live in a peaceful utopian society where all diseases can be treated and damaged, and defective body parts can be replaced with bioprinted genetically engineered replacements. Animal lovers have extended these technologies to the most intelligent non-human creatures, including dolphins, elephants, and great apes. With few regulations, some activists are enhancing the animal's natural abilities. For example, by providing apes with a mouth, tongue, and throat that is capable of complex speech. Combined with an extended lifespan, these animals are communicating sophisticated ideas with each other and plotting to improve their status. Novosaing has replaced blood. It's better than blood, mostly. People with Novosaing in their veins can work harder, think more clearly, and live longer. However, a new and highly contagious virus seems to affect only those with Novosaing, passing over anyone with natural blood. Oh my god, my brain hurts. I've been thinking on this and debating on shit for an hour and 20 minutes. Can't say I don't stick to one thing when I want it. Let's see, let's go to a different site, because while it does have many different prompts, I'm getting a little dull. Family moves into a new house. The basement is sealed off, apparently for years. When their home improvements lead them to break into it, they find it's covered in unidentifiable eggs. A man has heard a ringing sound his whole life. Same tone, same volume, 24 hours a day. He's seen doctors, had tests, medication. He's learned to live with it, even ignore it. One day it stops. Amy knew she was always smart. She's the top of her senior class, head of the debate team, and fluent in 7 languages after all. She just didn't know it was because her real dad was an alien. Thousands of homeless people in a usually packed city has vanished overnight. A man disappears for 13 years and returns with a special ability. On an alien planet, Earth is merely a farm to harvest meat. That is a very common one I've been reading. And a lot of horror-based ones, a lot of them seem to be for cannibals harvesting meat from people. And it's very strange. horrifically realistic dolls are manufactured as children's toys. Their lifelikeness prompts a lonely woman to adopt one. A couple loses their child in an accident. They take advantage of accessible cloning technology to make a new one. While the clone looks exactly like their child, it's a different person, obviously. They dispose of the clone and try again. This goes on for decades, clones of the same person at different ages being tossed into the foster system, onto the street, and into homes. Eventually, they meet. An ancient tribe that disappeared suddenly from history returns into modern day. A shrill tone rings from an unknown place, heard about the world. Everyone on Earth turns into a mindless slave for an unseen power. Everyone who has the ability to hear, at least. Tourist in an Egyptian tomb accidentally activates ancient but far advanced technology when she bleeds on a stone. Boo. A tattoo appears when a person comes of age, dictating the beginning of their life's quest. That could go places. A character receives a gift from her great-grandmother on her deathbed. It's a necklace. The great-grandmother says that it's a charm for focus and clarity. When your character puts it on, her mind goes silent. That night, the great-grandmother passes away and the character receives a letter on the doorstep with an invitation to a secret meeting. They're part of a small collective of soldiers who work to dismantle a government with the ability to project thoughts and ideas into citizens' minds. Your character has to sort through which thoughts are real and which were planted in their head every day up until now. Character is on his way to America. 4 ships since the Mayflower have successfully traveled and settled. He's excited to begin a new life in the new land and experience every adventure that comes with it. The ship is caught in a storm before it reaches America, pulled into a whirlpool and sucked below the surface to a world below the ocean. Teenage girl invents a machine for a scientist project that will allow her to talk to aliens. It fails at the science fair, but later that night she picks up a signal. It's her toaster. It wants food. An alien sneaks on board a spaceship from Earth, which is supposed to be in space for 1 full year. Right from the perspective of the alien, as the crew members slowly turn against each other. You just see an alien, like, poking its head out from, like, a little cubby as the humans just start, like, wailing on each other. It's like, oh my god, these creatures are so violent, what the fuck? Oh god. A group of friends in high school go to an observatory after hours, and one of them disappears. The next week, the remaining friends receive a strange text message claiming to be their friend, trapped in another dimension. Just as you lose your job as an accountant, your eccentric uncle passes away, and you inherit his farm. Everything looks great when you first move out there, but then you realize there's something at woods in the night, people acting strangely on the property, and cryptic letters carved into the trees. What was your uncle doing? What killed him? The moon gets stuck in the same spot in the sky, and the sun doesn't rise. Right from the perspective of a team of scientists working in a remote location to figure out why. I'm not that smart enough. Ew. When a woman cuts her finger making dinner, she realizes that beneath her skin is a thin coating of metal. She peels it back to discover circuitry. Ew. Who created her? How did she gain independence? After the death of her mother, the little girl studies the night sky every night to see her and her mother's favorite constellation. At midnight, at the night of her funeral, the constellation moves. You mean, like, stars normally do in the sky. I'm sure it means, like, literally in a fashion that's unnatural, but, like, yes, constellations in fact do move. A mother takes her kids camping in a national park a year after the death of her husband. Her oldest son starts getting strange interference on his walkie-talkie and instructions to venture deeper into the forest. It's his dead father's voice on the other end of the radio. The kid gets the copy of the new video game everyone's been raving about. As he plays it, the game personalizes a little more. Eventually, NPCs in the game start saying things they shouldn't know about the kid's life, things he'd never told anyone else. What does he do? Find out you're in a DNA experiment combining as many recessive genes into one person as possible. That's why you always felt so different from everyone else. A man takes a vacation to another dimension, only to find that everything he was trying to get away from, he's brought with him. He's the problem. Couch surfing on another planet goes wrong. What a prompt. A marathon runner illegally trains on a planet with stronger than Earth gravity to gain advantage over his competition in the Inter-Universe Olympics. Is that illegal though? Because typically a lot of people in our Olympics do that with different altitudes in different states all the time. It's not really a fly. If you swat it, they'll just fine you and send, or find you, not find, and send 2 more. Was that a Hydra? You think you're chasing the last vestige of a prehistoric Earth creature, but it turns out to be an alien. What a plot twist. A woman disappears for 3 years and returns with psychic powers. Okay. An existentially bored man who lives in a smart house where everything is done for him pines for the Wild West where men had to fend for themselves. An orphan girl, desperate to make anything last, snaps a picture with the camera she found among the ship wreckage. She finds she can enter the still life photos without aging. We were always on the same page, even when it came to splitting for separate planets. That doesn't make any sense. A social worker with an impoverished planetary colony discovers a cheap way to manufacture housing for the homeless. The housing material is on corporate reserve. That just sounds like real life. Ugh. I'm just gonna doodle. See if I can get any, like, ideas that way. Actually, let's pull up some horror character design references. Ooh. I suppose I should, like, reference World of Horror. That does it pretty well. Do I still have that downloaded? I'd actually be willing to play that for ideas. Why is Rimworld having so many updates lately? Stop it. There it is. It'll take 25 seconds to re-download. And then me. I'd actually be willing to play that right now. It is incredibly hot in my room, and I think that's fucking with me. So, we will shift gears and go into more direct research mode, technically just playing a game. Because why the fuck not? Frames? I have not. Why is Twitch telling me my frames are dropping? Alright. You stop. Ow. I forgot it made that stupid fucking noise. Yes, yes, yes. Stop it. Oh, that's not visible. Oops. There we go. Pardon me for a moment as I change the visuals. Caution tape, that's fine. Where is the one that makes a trail? Oh. Hello. It's been a while since I've touched this. Oh god. One bit is fine. Quick play. Robed figures can be seen gathering in the woods at night. People are going missing. Disgusting creatures are terrorizing the seaside. The rapid technological progress of modern era brings comfort, but also unknown threats. Old gods, malicious eldritch beings who ruled the earth eons ago are awakening as reality starts to crumble. Armed with clues, spells, and your own dwindling sanity, you'll investigate mysteries across the city and in the realms beyond. An old train slows down and stops at its last station. The end of the world is at hand, and you've finally arrived in the doomed town. I hate that it does that every fucking time. I didn't choose this! Sakatorasu was once again awakening from slumber. Blinded by its impossible to satisfy hunger, it has started to tear down the walls of its cocoon prison. stop it before it devours us all. You can't escape from combat encounters. World of Horror. Oh, unlock perk cards. Randomize item statistics. Oh, I've learned the spell Void. Ignore the current event and instantly investigate a random otherworld location. Costs 3 reason. Currently not investigating any weird mystery. Recent nuclei for clippings and notes connected in the next room should point you in the right direction. Weird, nothing happens. You could leave something to charge here. I want the bottle! Oh, I did get the empty bottle. Is it going to rain? What's that? Probably just my imagination. Inexplicable and morbid events have been plaguing your town for some time now. You've marked down 5 of them, hoping that there is something connecting them. You can tackle these 5 mysteries in any order you want. Beware your decisions haunt you and influence unsolved mysteries. Before we do that, let's see. We got a far-out fable of a feared festival. Rants a report of rotten report of rants and ramen. I've already gotten those endings. Bloody brief of a beckoning bulletin. I haven't done that one at all. Vicious verses of a violent vigil. Curious case of a contagious coma. Okay, I've done both that one and that one, so I don't really care about those. The only one I haven't gotten to this one, to ending C. I'm gonna start with this one. Bloody brief of a beckoning bulletin. As decades roll on, technology has only developed further. These days, computer bulletin board software allows computers to communicate over phone lines. All it takes is a computer and a modem, and anything can connect to a bulletin system, or even host one of their own. Sorry, I was trying to swallow so I could read. Once you connect, you can read all the messages on that bulletin. Even post your own to start a conversation. Many of them use to share files or to chat about their favorite topics, everything from video games to sports to idol culture. But in the wake of a sudden string of weird suicides, things aren't all fun and games. Rumors have surfaced that the deaths are linked to a bulletin system operated from somewhere within Shiokawa. What is behind the suicides? How could so many people all be driven to take their lives? Even if the rumored bulletin system's phone number is found, there is no help to investigate without a computer that can connect to it. Maybe the school library has one that will work? Investigate the forest location twice and complete this quest. Tap into its power. Touching it with your hand, you feel a newfound knowledge forming in your mind. Abolish. Lowers eldritch enemy damage by 1, 3 stamina. Trees overhead block the sunlight and begin to feel gloomy. After searching deep in the woods for some time, you discover the body of a young student clutching a note. I rate this for everyone wanting to stay behind. The sacrifice is worth it. Life's meaning comes from our relationships. Shared death, and that connection will outlast you. There won't be anything left but us. Everyone here is waiting for you, so if you lose your resolve, just listen to the voice of humanity. Hey, Kappa. How's it going? How'd you do on your English exam? He wasn't the same since he came back. Did you hear? The cliffs nearby with strange... There's a cliff nearby with strangely shaped holes. Waiting for class to begin. They look fine. You're such a kidder. Give me a break. Sorry, I don't have time for games. How much XP do I have? Where's that? Where the hell is... XP, there it is. I can get one of these guys. The unfortunate part is that I don't know what they do, so I'm not gonna waste that. You enter the kitchen. Even though it's abandoned and the lights are off, something is cooking in a large pot. You don't like the smell of it. Search for a weapon. Failure. It looks like someone has taken all the knives from the kitchen. The mere thought of it makes you feel very uneasy. She apparently just got a new system and is willing to let you borrow hers. Oh, well, the school's library computer doesn't have a modem. You happen to bump into a member of the computer club while asking around. Thanking her, you arrange to meet her at a home in a city. How much money do I have? For funds? Oh, Yakuza card. Shit, but you do merchant? Hell yeah. Should I get the flashlight or the backpack? Strength is pretty low. You've never seen this game before? Oh man, it's so good. There we go. I hadn't realized that it was cutting off some words that you guys couldn't see. We'll go with the backpack. It's always nice having some extra space. Walking through the park, you found a little girl crying alone in the playground. When you ask what's wrong, she says she can't find her mommy. Luckily, you spot the girl's address on a backpack laying nearby. Take her home. You offer to take her home. When you get there, the terrified mother slams the door in your face. From behind the door, she starts screaming to get the girl away. Little girl calmly tells you that she can take it from here. Okay. You lug the cardboard box full of PC parts to your apartment stairs. Teeth clenched as you heave it one step at a time. God damn, computers are heavy. Excuse me, do you have a moment to talk about our real Lord and Savior? The day of reckoning is coming, says the voice on the other side of the line. You definitely don't like the way the man on the other side puts the accent on real. Hello? Are you still there? Hang up immediately. Just how many people did that odd man call today? You wipe the sweat from your brow as you finally finish setting up your computer in your room. After a few tests, you're certain that everything is functional. Newscaster on the TV says the suicide rate is still climbing. Worse, the morbid trend is beginning to catch on in other nearby towns. You need to act quickly. I have a maybe creepy story that I just imagined that I needed a paperclip. I found one instantly. I don't even own any. Yeah, we'll chance it. I'm really busy. Damn it. Fuck you. Not wanting to wait for an elevator, you decide to take the rarely used stairs. You suddenly trip, but grab the railing at the last second. When you get up to inspect what causes you to trip, you freeze in terror. It is slowly standing up. We don't have a weapon! These are for ghosts. What is that, but with an act that he could just look behind himself and still keep walking forward, so that won't work? Yeah. Owie. Ouch. Branch. Wawa. How did I find a branch inside? I don't fucking know. Why am I not able to attack? It is a ghost? Well, I'm not making it out of this alive. Clap, clap, bow. Clap, bow, bow. Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, ritual was too short. Oh, did I press play for clapping? Well. Clap, bow, bow, clap, bow, bow. Drugs haven't made the horrors disappear. Anyways, that was a bad run. I haven't done this in a while. Please excuse me. It's a better game than that, I promise. Hey, we have a plant here now. Nice day. Oh wait, I have to go to the bathroom. movie poster. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, she must be a new character. I don't remember her from before. Unfortunately, this image doesn't change. Alright, we got alarming account of abnormal arms, sorrowful saga of moonlight sailors, macabre memoir of morbid mermaids. I always get the same fucking ending for that one. There's 5 endings for those. Jesus. Freaky feature of found footage. Far out fable of a fear festival. Let's do this one. The janitor was obsessed with the mermaids. He collected just about every scrap of the legend about them in the school basement. Now his mind has snapped. He decided it's time to make one of his own, using unfortunate students' bodies as materials. There's one thing everyone at school is talking about. Another girl from your area has gone missing. Could there be anything connecting all the missing people? I should investigate downtown next. Investigate the seaside location twice to complete this quest. Ocean is hungry. You're stopped by a person with a knife. They look incredibly sad. It wants me, but I'm afraid I'm too much of a coward to do it. Can you help me? Talk them out of it. After a long conversation, they hand you the knife, and thank you. Ritual dagger. Ooh. Small chance of recovering reason after defeating the enemy. Is that blood? Damn right I'm equipping that. Now I don't have to buy a weapon! Here, I'm gonna move chat real quick so I can actually keep up with y'all. There we go. Now I can read you! Let's see, one more time. You decide to enter a small, shady bar at the docks. Maybe some of the old fishermen can help you in your quest. However, persuading them to do so might be difficult. Buy them around! No fisherman would refuse a free round. They tell you tales of sunken cities inhabited by underwater things with too many legs. You may be going crazy, but you swear something is watching you from the sea. -1 reason. That's baloney. What's the store have? Hand of Acid. Deals 7 damage to eldritch beings. Pocket Knife. Automatically escape from combat without doom penalty. Ooh. Carpenter Hammer. And a flashlight. Perception is fine. I actually want to take that. That sounds good. Last resort. I only have 3 funds left, so... No Poochie this time! It's getting dark as you arrive at the cemetery, and shadows move in fantastic and unaccountable ways between the tombstones. Finding the right grave may prove to be a challenge, especially when you feel someone's gaze on your back. Continue. You quickly find the tombstone marked with red string. Under the stone, you find a note someone left for you. I don't get to read it? Asking around the neighborhood got you some results. It seems all the girls have attended the same school. Keep hearing a wailing sound from the 3rd stall in the girls' bathroom. Waves at you. They look fine. I will help you. Have you heard about this computer program that taking a pen apart and putting it back together over and over? You seem relaxed. You're always such a getter. Recently, the tap water in my neighborhood started tasting weird, almost like... I don't have time for games. -1 perception? Fucking go away. I don't have time for you. Creepy story. It's just a story, right? I'll help you. Oh my god. Not worth the EXP. Terrible. Putting your head in the hole was a bad idea. Seeing a spider escape, you hope it wasn't poisonous. Injury. Yeah, a bit. Hopefully it'll go away on its own. All the missing girls are apparently part of the school swimming team. Maybe someone saw the kidnapper stalking them? The door shouldn't be there. It shouldn't lead anywhere. More importantly, it shouldn't pull you in. Force yourself to leave behind the mysterious door. You find a notebook containing handwritten and detailed notes about the swimming club itself and mermaids? Oh. Oh, my wound has become infected. Glad I didn't keep those two people that also had negatives for those exact things. A nauseated stench stops you. Someone has scattered rotting fish guts everywhere and is keeping and has hung up countless fish heads. You cover your mouth as you slowly retreat. A vast flock of seagulls outside viciously attack the windows. Whoever the kidnapper may be, they seem to really obsessed about mermaids. Inside the science club, you find a plan of the town's sewer system. Oh, I didn't read flock. Someone has marked a path leading from the sea directly to the school building. I'm gonna go to the hospital real fast. Pharmacy. Experimental drug. 2 max stamina? Jesus. That's a lot of reason, though. Pain medication. Addictive. I want... This is raising my doom, but that's fine. Surgery. Blood loss. 10 max stamina. That's fine. Hearing footsteps, you turn around. Behind you stands a pretty woman in a sweater. Natural beauty. Yes, this is exactly what I need. You shudder from the weird woman reaching to her pocket and grabbing a nasty-looking knife. Pretty face. Mind if I borrow it? Aspiring model. Alright. What if you just said no? I mean, she has a knife and she's wearing a face. No longer wearing a face. Nice. Ooh, lucky earrings. Wait, I wanted to wear them. You don't have time to change equipment? Fuck you. Let me wear them. There's something wrong here. Weird apathy seems to affect every adult you ask for help. You'll have to deal with it alone. The roads seem to twist and turn when you're not looking, trapping you in the neighborhood. Fuck. Spend hours trying to find a way out. Finally, completely exhausted, you end up in the main street as the passage to the blighted neighborhood slowly closes behind you. You compare the sewer plane with the school map and suddenly it dawns on you. School basement! That must be where the kidnapper is keeping missing swimmers. It's been hard to get any sleep lately. Sorry, I don't have time for games. She hasn't come to school since last week. Fucking God. I'm not having good luck with these people. Horror manga about spirals? Yes. This game was inspired by, what's his face? Junji Ito. Yeah. You enter the kitchen. Blah blah blah. Look for a first aid kit. You find a first aid kit next to the storage cabinet. You quickly bandage yourself and leave. Hell yeah! There's no turning back now. God, let's hope she's alright. You bust in the door to the janitorial closet, but it's already too late. The missing girl is lying on a dirty mattress. The upper part, at least. The tail of a fish has been crudely sewn in place of her legs. She was too weak and died, you hear the mad janitor say. He looks you up and down. Maybe you'll do. Stepping over the corpse, the janitor picks up a bloody axe. 34, 20 power, 2 stamina. I nearly died. Mad janitor's body slumps to the floor. You pick up his axe, using it as a crutch as you try to leave the room. Injured and weakened, you slowly lose consciousness on the school corridor. Police officers find you a few hours later. No trace of the mad janitor is found, but you will sleep a little better tonight knowing the other students are safe. Ending A. Old God stirs. Riots! Dangerous bands of rioters are gathering around the downtown area. The police are hopeless. Let's see. Damage is 4, speed is 25. Ooh. Yeah, I'll definitely take that. So you're just laid out with the murder weapon and the janitor is gone. Please don't question it. Oh. And you get to keep the axe indeed. A minor earthquake in the seaside regions revealed an entrance to a partially flooded cavern system. Local scientists believe that some of the corridors could have been man-made. It's just that one, huh? You don't see anything weird. Someone is standing in the shadow, watching your door. Alright, that one's done. Freaky feature of found footage. 3 students disappeared in the process of making a documentary about local folklore and the legends of the nearby forest. Now, on the first anniversary of this event, a suspicious man has started asking questions. He claims to be a private investigator hired by the parents of the students. Except the parents of your friends didn't hire him. Who is he, and what did the students discover out there? We have 93 experience. We're gonna try again. She hasn't come to school since last week. Thank God. Finally someone who has a plus. Oh, thank God. Worth it, finally. Alright. Investigate the mansion location twice. There's a local legend about a heartbroken seamstress. One stormy night, she broke into a local inn and stitched the unsuspecting guests together. Her final gruesome artwork. That was just a local legend, right? Check out the sewing machine. Oh, Christ. On the sewing machine, you spot a strange engraving. When you get closer to investigate, your mind is flooded with forbidden knowledge. You leave the room quickly. Skin removal? Deals 5 damage, costs 3 reason. When your allies die, a random status gets raised by 1. The round window of a crooked manor tower is calling you. Feel your strength drain away as you stare at the bright light. Can't fight this feeling. Just one glimpse of the eldritch landscape is enough. You manage to cover your eyes and move to where you can't be seen by the damned window. You feel sick, but at least you're safe for now. The legend says the witch was buried alive for kidnapping and murdering 2 children. It points you in a specific direction, potentially saving you some time. With the trail growing cold, it might be time for a different approach. Could a similar case have occurred in the past? A trip to the library might be a good idea. Study issues about local newspapers, it's a waste of time. It was a complete waste of time. You've spent the whole day reading about cute dogs, strange vegetables, and the occasional accident. You find nothing related to the case at hand. Jesus, we're already at 31%. The notes mention a village far from your town. You decide to take the bus. Getting closer, you can't help but notice a large number of trees that have suddenly died. What happened here? You're pleasantly surprised when your old friend is waiting for a train. She undoubtedly changed a lot since you've last seen her. These days, she's moderating a web forum dedicated to the paranormal. Maybe she knows something useful? Oh, I only have 1 fund left. Certainly nice to meet an old friend after so many years, but you don't learn anything important. But you get a reason. Everyone in the village is unsettlingly friendly. An old farmer points you to an old stone. The missing group supposedly started their forest trip there. You stumbled upon a forgotten bookstore in a small alley. The interior is cluttered with dusty old tomes, animal bones, weird vials, and stuffed exotic animals you don't even recognize. Can I help you? Says the tiny man from behind the counter. I have things that will surely help you in your quest. Sorry. Looking back one last time, you continue deeper in the woods. Parasitic organism burrows into the bark, undulating slowly. All nearby trees are connected underground. The main branch leads east. You make a mental note to avoid the region. Time to level it up, baby. Outdoorsman. You tune with the natural rhythm of life. 2 additional spell slots available. Knowledge of various rituals and regional myths. Could have 10 knowledge, that'd be nice. Yeah, let's do that. We're healthy again. Wonder what kind of animal the spider caught in its web. scare away the annoyed predator and rip open the cocoon to reveal a human finger. I don't know why you would ever do such a thing. We just got that fucking reason. Equip for charisma. D for 2 funds. No, we really need funds right now. Suspicious group you've been following gathered in a nearby forest. They're enacting some sort of ritual on a clearing up ahead. The only nearby vantage is a large rock. I'm going to get fucking hurt. Fall down and injure yourself. Luckily you managed to look away unnoticed. Drooping tree branches hang over the path framed in an almost macabre way. It's almost inspiring. Get a grip. Teeth! You find a pile of human teeth lying in a nearby rock. The rumored witch house seems empty. In the basement, however, you find a camera pointed in a large hole in the ground. On the table next to the camera, you see three cassettes, each titled after missing one of their friends. Then you hear a curious sound coming from the hole. You kneel down and lean forward to see what's inside the hole. It takes a while to process what you're staring at. It's a gigantic eye staring right at you. Hypnotized, you lean in, feeling weaker and weaker as the gargantuan beast lures you in. At the very last moment, the suspicious tall man grabs you by the collar. He explains he's part of a cult protecting the house from a mysterious entity below it. You got a bigger purpose than to die here, he says, before knocking you out. You wake up a few hours later on the bus, heading back to your town. Ending B. I only ever get the 2! Air feels heavy, making it hard to breathe. Ghost gray mist entrapped the whole town. Stop staring at me. Glad it lets you drink the water now. It didn't used to. Local police are helpless as more and more victims with their throats slashed up turn up in the downtown area. Let's see. Sure, fuck it. Far out fable of a fear festival. Your aunt had sent you a letter inviting you to a curious-sounding festival. It's held every 27 years in a small village. You don't like the sound of it, but your parents both agree you need a break from all the stress. Inside the letter, there's a bus ticket. What's the worst thing that could happen? You ask yourself as you board the bus. Today's goal, explore the weird village. Just as you thought your stomach couldn't handle it anymore, the janky old bus stops its destination. You get up and take a deep breath before looking around. At its small village, and the nearby fields are surrounded by a thick forest. Someone is waiting for you? A fat man wearing dusty overalls approaches you. It's the inn owner, who promised to pick you up. Following close behind him, your eyes are drawn to his hands, which are so deformed they resemble claws more than hands. Your group has arrived in the village and is currently unpacking the inn, giving you some time to explore. The village begins in the evening. To progress this mystery, choose actions that will advance the clock. As you learn about the terrible secret of this village, more actions will unlock. Inn's room is dusty like it hasn't been seen by visitors in years. You wonder if anybody cleaned it since the last festival 27 years ago. There's a folder of available activities laying on the table. Onsen sounds good. Hot spring feels great. Finally, you can relax for a bit and enjoy the warm water. enjoy the festival. There's still some things before the festival starts. Locals are seemingly busy setting up the stands and decorating the place. A few stands are already open, but you can't shake off the feeling that something's wrong. It's getting late. Your friend, you stumbled to your friend, dog. Hey, can I borrow 1 funds? I really want to buy this item. Dog. Dog is wagging its tail. Haru smiles faintly. Kaede looks at you waiting. No one answers the door when you knock at Professor Takuchi's door. This is odd, since he's normally punctual about his appointments. The smell of blood tells you that something's wrong, and you quickly open the door and make your way inside. There's no sign of the professor, but the quantity of blood everywhere leaves little doubt as to what happened. But how? Why? You notice the floor. You notice a book lying on the floor. You pick it up to find out the 4 pages have been torn out. You memorize the title of the book. Why would someone want to take them, and what do they contain? That's the first time I've gotten that, actually. A weird sound wakes you up. You step closer to the window and look outside. You can't see anything and get ready to go back to bed when suddenly the moon comes from behind the thick clouds. 3 hooded figures are standing at the forest's edge. One by one, they light their torches and disappear behind the trees. What was that about? They all wore strange masks. You should follow them into the forest and try to find more information about... Okay. Weird sounds coming from the forest kept you up all night. What could it mean? When you walk through crowded spaces, someone bumps into you and quickly apologizes. No! I no longer have funds! Shit. That's bad. The trees overhead block the sunlight and begin to feel gloomy. Someone is watching you behind the trees. Break into a cold sweat when you see the street vendor's twisted grimace. You back off, wishing it was only a mask. Today's goal. Going back to the inn, you overhear 2 masked villagers. They're talking about something awakening up the next dawn. You wonder what's up with that. You decide to block the entrance to your room with a nightstand. The festival is ending tomorrow and you can't be too careful. Relax a bit. Nice. Walking through the village, you're suddenly pulled into a building. 2 menacing-looking masked figures block your escape. Do you serve the old ones? Yes. We knew it. The prophecies were true. The masked figures relax a bit, taking off their masks. We apologize for this, Master. Fujiko, your kick action deals additional 1 damage. Kyoko, 5 plus doom, 1 extra damage. Wait, she's a missing hiker? She's one of the missing hikers. Kyoko smiles faintly. Fujiko smiles faintly. Is that blood? Where is everybody? Trail of blood and sickly smelling sludge leads to an outskirts of the village. Somewhere in the dark forest there's an answer that's waiting for you. You follow the faint sound to the telephone line pole. The moment you notice giant hairy balls underneath, it starts to twitch and rise. Did they do that on purpose? gonna go with yes. +1 doom as a damage. As if we weren't already high enough. Why am I got burned. I don't want that. Fuck. I'm not even getting anything back. I'm just wasting actions. But should you be resting at all? Oh, that's just been raising my doom. You wander through the forest, the woods to discover strange carvings on one of the trees. As I look at them, they were made recently. Ah, damn it, camera. You're certain the missing people were here. You're on the right trail. In the forest, you hear faint whimpering in the distance. When you find it, you discover a wild dog by the held by the hind leg in the bear trap. The dog growls menacingly when you grow closer. Help! Oh! Ow! Fuck! Let me rest! That's just, my doom is so high. The sun is slowly rising as you get closer to the abandoned industrial building. Cautiously entering the factory, you can't help but notice the forest got totally silent. You're not the only one trying to stop the ritual and save your friends. Special forces have raided the occult hideout, arresting the suspects. Let outside, the handcuffed cult leader suddenly stops. You're too late, they say in a raspy voice. Our lord is free once more. Later that day, after an interrogation, detectives let you go free. Festival guests are still missing to this day. You board the old bus, wondering what had happened. Exactly what happened out there. Arcane storm. Local scientists are baffled. An unprecedented aura-like glow event has bathed the entire town in a natural green glow. Ah! Shit, I clicked off negative. We were shocked after what she did. Her voice is always so calm. Arcane grasp, dexterity, achieve with natural rhythm of life. Go with dexterity and charisma. Maybe I should go with strength instead. That burn's gonna hurt us, so yeah. Quick thinking. Alarming account of normal arms. I remember when it started, the woman next door was strangled to death in her bed, with no sign of forced entry. The killer was never found and the apartment remained vacant. The door to her apartment was closed and she lived alone. What other ways are in there? Maybe you can get to the apartment plan to compare with the other flats? Hospital twice. While taking an elevator, you get the feeling that something as bad is about to happen. Ooh. The elevator doors open revealing a black mass of eyes and teeth pouring into the elevator, biting and suffocating you. Later, you wake up in the doctor's office. The nurse discovered you lying unconscious on the elevator floor. Someone has been branding your patients with the occult symbols. Assume the worst. Ah, come on! Branded like cattle. Are they preparing the feast for their eldest masters? An anatomical museum archives display a specimen with elongated arms and jellified bones. I'm just losing so much reason suddenly. God. Something is wrong. You don't see anyone in the street. You could have sworn it was crowded a minute ago. You'd better hurry out of here. So I look away for a moment and now you're a mummy. I got burned by an eldritch being. Coupons. Deals 8 damage to ghost type enemies. Cameras, cigarettes. Blue gem. Feels cold in your hand. Vibrates slightly. Wandering through an empty corridor, you find an old vending machine. You don't recognize the brand's soda, but you could really use the drink. Cheapest. You buy a can of off-brand soda and take a sip. Tastes a little odd, but you enjoy the drink anyway. You notice an odd placement of ventilation shafts. Seems too small for anyone to crawl through, though. Oh, 5 doom, thank God. I'm going insane! When you stop by home to pick up your lunch, you find a pile of letters in your mailbox. Staying up late investigating the currency case has really increased your electricity bill. Ah, fuck. One neighbor is complaining about her underwear missing. As you prepare for a bath, you think about all the possible leads so far. You're very tired, so maybe ice cold water is a good idea. Ice cold water revitalizes you and you're ready for the investigation. Second neighbor is complaining about weird noises coming from the vents when she's home. Not wanting to wait for the elevator, you decide to take the rarely used stairs. You trip. This is where I die, I think. Wait, did that just say Fujiko died? Fujiko died. Oh, that would kill me. Well, but wait, why? It says 2 reason. I had 3. That did nothing for me. It just killed me. Dumb. Like hell, I'm gonna deal with that. Find an envelope lying on a pillow in your bedroom. Inside is cash and a note from someone who has been watching you. They wish you luck in your tasks and promise to meet you soon. So how did this envelope end up in your bedroom? Oh no, I'm dead. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Well. Inside the dark boiler room and trip over pipe. Cursing, you find a light switch and gasp in horror. It was not a pipe at all. Inside the long rubbery arm coiling around the room, ending in the ventilation shaft. Coming closer, you can smell something vile and rotten. The ground, when you see the wide open stare of the dead pervert, his elongated limbs stretching and disappearing in the bed's darkness. Inside his mouth, you find a tiny key. At the police search, the whole building was searched. After the police arrived, the whole building was searched. Following the arms, the detectives find the body of the man stuck in the ventilation shaft. Later, he is identified as the building caretaker. In his closet, police find pieces of underwear and voyeur photos of the tenants. You're questioned thoroughly and eventually released as the murder case is being covered up as a case of the unfortunate gas leak. I only ever get ending A. Roads closed. Damon's been reduced to 78 though, that's good. The search for the missing person continues in the forest surrounding Shiokawa. If you have any information, please contact the police department. Oddly enough, I can't sell this. Her smile gets smaller. She doesn't like being in her sailor outfit. She prefers being in regular clothes. That's a nice detail. Alright, all that's left is the sorrowful saga of Moonlight Sailors. It began with one fisherman who dragged something truly awful from the belly of the ocean. A dark, writhing ooze that mesmerized him beyond control. He hid himself away for a week, adoring it. Not to be seen until one moonlit night when a young girl spotted his boat drifting away. A single lantern swinging at the helm, and the captivated fisherman singing eerily to his catch. Now more and more fishermen have begun to find the vile oozes in their nets. One by one they're disappearing. Soon the ocean will have taken them all. Discard 2 item cards to complete this quest. Alright. Seeing 2 chopped off heads, you can't help but wonder who's preparing your food for the past week. The notes lying nearby tell of an ancient civilization, an unspeakable horror. You managed to learn the incantation, but a horrifying image will stay with you for a long time. Absorb. Deals 2 damage, gain 2 stamina, costs 4 reason. No thanks. Although you've braved the stench for hours, you glean nothing besides the fact that the fisherman had a wife. Perhaps you should pay a visit to her. Ooh, I think I'll need that later. Bottle of milk! But I don't need stamina. Fuck. Not more milk! Fine. You find a huge pile of nets and hooks prepared for the big hunt. You'll quickly throw them into the ocean. Maybe that'll stop them from sailing out. Suddenly, an empty bottle breaks in the wall behind you. You cover yourself from the glass fragments and notice the marked assailant holding a baseball bat. Rioter! Well, this is gonna not go great. She does 4 damage to all. You know what? Here. Oh, okay. Well, that didn't fucking work. Thanks, game. Thanks. Now I remember why I had this game uninstalled. So I could never fucking complete it. It's so hard. Hello? One last thing. A tall man left a suitcase for you this morning. He said you will know the password. I wonder what it could mean. S. Diddy. Alrighty. Nah. Let's go with Haru. Robbing that old abandoned manor was a mistake. With his friends dead and mutilated and a vengeful horde chasing him, no speed is too high. Starts a cigarette. Sure, fuck it. Classic mode. Old gods are awakening. Your only chance of survival is solving 5 different mysteries, and the world is at hand. Sure. Somewhere, a group of people gathers, trying to awaken their master. Select an old god and click again to confirm your choice. Blinded by its impossible to satisfy hunger, it has started to tear down the walls of its cocoon prison. You can't run from combat. The supposed cause of destruction of the Library of Alexandria, a perfect black marble statue, has been recently discovered and is currently waiting at the Museum of Ooh for its long-awaited premiere. Both your damage and your enemies is increased. The Mad God favors astronomers and magicians, granting them its gift of power that unknowingly brings the old lusts of bloated body closer and closer to Earth. Casting spells costing reason increases doom instead. Banished to the other dimension a long time ago, Guizo has found a way to use mirrors to ensnare and teleport its prey straight through the glass. The glimpses behind your reflections are just the beginning of a real nightmare. Resting increases doom penalty. I like this one. Hard knock. +1 damage under the nicotine rush effect. Smoking kills. Nicotine withdrawal. All combat actions are slower. Guess we're gonna have some cigarette. Was a bullhole. Whoa. Ooh. Fucking cute you. Amazing. Looking good. Fucking cute you. Did I not get a bottle? Lamp. Ah, here we go, the beckoning of the bulletin. Even if the rumored bulletin system's number is found, there's no hope for an investigation without a computer that can connect to it. Go to the forest. Despite your best efforts, you feel like the neighborhood is starting to change. To the power. I feel like you attracted the attention of something terrible. After searching deep into the woods for some time, you discovered the body of a young student clutching a note. Keep wailing. Have you heard about this computer program that... How'd you do on your English exam? Recently, the top order in the neighborhood started chasing weird. Bye. Bye. You can stay. You look nervous. three boys doing boy things. Hey. Bitch. Experts are baffled by the sudden appearance of 20 statues lined up in a row in the middle of Blue Park. You can cast one spell without paying anything. Resolve this event. Enhance the effect. I don't have any spells anyhow. Dark forces scheme against you. You don't know who you can trust anymore. Cursed signs. Casting spells raises doom. Charred skin forms weird signs. Oh, that's fucking weird. That is so weird. That is so weird. Oh my god. A sudden blast of heat grabs your attention. An older man standing in front of you screams in pain as if he's engulfed by fire from seemingly nowhere. As other people start to panic and help the burn victim, you spot a hooded man standing in the distance. When she sees you, or woman, when she sees you, she starts to run. You can't shake out the feeling that you were the target of the supernatural attack. Pursue! The hooded woman disappears behind a corner. When you get there, she's gone, already mixed with the crowd. They failed to stop you today, but you're sure they'll try again and again. Hoping to find a lead, you head to the hospital. With how many deaths there have been, the hospital is in chaos. The staff look exhausted. When the receptionist lifts her head down onto the desk for a minute, you slip out of the waiting room and into the hospital corridors. You enter the hospital looking for information about a certain patient. The main corridor is dark and strangely empty. You spot a nurse at the registration booth. She's asleep from exhaustion. Fuck. You manage to sneak past her. Unfortunately, the cabinet squeaks loudly, waking the nurse. You're thrown out of the hospital! Fuck. You overhear two nurses talking about a girl whose suicide attempt failed. Apparently she's recovering at her grandparents' home in the village in the city outskirts. You exit the hospital and make your way to the nearest bus stop. So, I don't have a weapon or literally anything. But I know I'm gonna need those anyways, so. The only metro line in the town connects to the university and science complex. You can take a ride to gain some time. You get the feeling something's wrong. Where are all the people? Fuck. Something's clearly wrong. There are no lights inside the metro car, and all you can see are countless handprints pressed into the windows. As you pull into the village bus stop, a news story comes on the bus driver's radio. An entire class of Shiokawa students left in front of the train, hand in hand. You move urgently as you exit the bus and begin searching down the village streets. No one answers, blah blah blah, we've seen this before. For useful items. You rummage through the drawers trying to find anything useful. The sound of police sirens forces you to grab the nearest item and flee from the crime scene. Dexterity until the end of the current mystery. It seems like we're gonna need that, honestly. When you find the girl's house, her grandparents greet you solemnly. They thank you for your effort to stop the deaths. Forgive her grandfather says as she leads you to her bedroom. She's a kind girl. Something has happened to her. An old priest is performing a ritual to appease the local demon imprisoned underground. You're invited to join them. Sure? You've read about the ritual. Following the intricate pattern of steps, bows, and claps isn't a problem for you. Once the ritual ends, the priest thanks you and hands over an item. Luck while held in inventory. Use +2 reason. Special candle with anti-spirit effects. The recovering girl is more than happy to not only confirm the bulletin's existence, but to give you its number. You have to do what it tells you. Trust me, you won't regret a thing. She beams at you as her grandmother struggles to make her swallow the pain medication. I'll be back to join you all soon. Wait for me, okay? Disquieted, the parents give you your phone number hastily and leave. You give the grandparents your phone number hastily. As you walk through the village crops and waver in the breeze, following your every movement. I don't see how that would make you lose reason, but okay. Strange. As soon as you arrive home, you dial the number and put the handset onto the modem. Your heart pounds as your computer fans exhale. The system hums. You hear a brief dial tone, and then finally it connects. Welcome home. Do you like it? Yes. I'm glad. Take your phone off the modem and put it to your ear. Remember the note. Wait. I can't look in storage, unfortunately. You recall the note you found. Could this be the voice of humanity you read about? Bracing yourself, you slowly put the phone to your ear. You don't hear words or a voice. You soon understand that they don't need those. It's difficult, but you manage to keep track of which thoughts are yours and which are theirs. Everyone is here now. We've escaped everything that held us back in life. We don't have any more burdens. You can escape with us. This is the purest form of existence, a paradise of connection. Everyone deserves that. We will bring humanity together. Suffering is human. How can you believe that? Well, okay, if you want to suffer, go ahead. Your consciousness dips. By the time you snap out of it, you're strangling yourself with the phone cord. The entity assaults your mind, but the struggle brings out strength you didn't know you had. You refuse to die. You listen to the staticky signal on the other Ned. Wow. Typo! It's harsh in your ear. But then the noise begins to slowly change into something beautiful. You want to join it. I'm sorry. I'm fighting my modem. I have a withdrawal. Yeah, I do. How did I miss a modem? This is not looking good. I don't have any weapons. It'll take way too fucking long to look for one. Nice. I'm not gonna make this. I have to have a weapon for this. Something seems funny about you stabbed together. God bless the power of friendship. I don't have anything I can do to win this. Oh, thank God. You wrenched the phone from your ear, nearly tossing it across the room. You could have killed yourself for that thing. Sweat pouring from your face, you immediately yank the computer's plug from the socket. The bulletin's number and phone book, you find the system operator's address. When you enter the cramped apartment, you're met with a smiling, hang teenager and a still running unplugged computer. You smash it to pieces. The root cause gone, the suicide's eventually slow. While you don't save those already in its thrall, you're relieved to know that the bulletin won't take any more victims. I got real fucked up. No! That's the worst one that it could have been. Now I'm not gonna be able to heal. God damn it. I don't get a bottle from this run? Dude, this fucking sucks. Ugh. TV host is getting a big octopus. At least that's what she claims, because there's way too many tentacles. Well, this next one I'm gonna die at. I need a Yakuza card real bad. I don't have enough money. Honestly, I'm fine with that. Still don't have a weapon though. Oh, it took away the steak knife. There it is. I didn't have enough money. God damn it. Dodecatopus. Oh, please. At the nearest Klaban, you tell the officer about the gruesome discovery. The old policeman is grateful and gives you a small reward before disappearing inside to make a call. Hey, money. Give me that damn steak knife. I need something, anything. You enter the kitchen. Even though it's abandoned and the lights are off, something is cooking in a large pot. You don't like the smell of it. Search for a first aid kit. Been moved somewhere else? God damn it. I was really hoping for it. You hear hear a faint sound while walking outside the biology classroom. It's an old anatomy model and I start beating. Great, because I definitely needed to lose more stamina. Nauseating stench, blah blah blah. I'm going to fucking die. Ah. Rest. Take a short nap on your bed. Sit on the couch and read your favorite book. Time flies by so fast, prepare yourself to leave. Continue on your long investigation. Suddenly, an empty bottle breaks on the wall. Operator. 3 damage to all. This isn't good. Oh, you have a weapon now, at the very least. Prescription. Where would you fill a prescription like this? It's for an expensive pharmacy drug. To the hospital! Talk to you about this? I don't have enough money. Baloney! I don't even care if I'm still level 1. I'm dying. Now, where would you find the girl who dropped it? I received a drug? Did I? All I received is less money! Metro car, you notice an oddly shaped package on the seat opposite from you. It's marked with your name. You reach for the package, but hesitate, an icy feeling settling into the pit of your stomach. Oh, you leave for the passage. Oh, I'm dead. Resisting the unknown horror was taking a toll on your health. Weakened, you finally succumb to your injuries. Alone. As the dust settles upon your eyes, reality starts to crumble. Old God is ready to return once more. Yeah. haven't gotten. I've gotten the ones that I have multiple times. Well, nothing to worry about. You received an official-looking letter. What does a law firm from Tokyo want with you? We regret to inform you of the passing of your client and your grand uncle. His funeral will be preceded by an overnight vigil as per the client's request. There's an address and a list of people expected to arrive. You don't recognize any of the names. Intrigued, you decided to check it out yourself. What's the worst that would happen? Death, dismemberment, anything else? Following the directions from your letter, you slowly fight your way through the overgrown forest path. The old mansion looks like it was torn down and rebuilt many times, but where is everybody? Corpses are strung on a wire like a macabre marionette with painted smiles and rosy cheeks. It takes you some time, but you finally manage to find someone. Is that another guest? You should ask him what's going on there. Muscular man is eyeing you as you step up towards him. You can't help but notice a deep scar going across his cheek. Old man's body is in the master room. Go in there if you want. At least they're happy. Yeah. The round window gets caught at you. Can't find this feeling. Pressing the handkerchief to your nose, you enter the dark room. There's no way they would allow your granduncle to just lie there. What was the correct bow and clap order? Maybe the other guests will know. Pair is standing next to the window. The man is muttering something quietly, while his wife is observing you with her unnaturally bulgy eyes. You didn't get this with the leather. Here, you can have mine. We would like to thank you on behalf of our client for participating in this vigil on such a short notice. He was a spiritual person and left instructions we are asking you to follow closely. 9 p.m. Start the vigil. 10 p.m. Pray over the body. Clap, bow, bow, clap. Modest supper. Pray over the body. Bow, clap, bow, clap. Burn an envelope found in the study. Cover the mirror in the storage room. End of the vigil. Pray over the body. Clap, bow, bow, clap. Copy it into your pamphlet. In the middle of the room, you see a man tied to a chair. You rush to help. When you remove his gag, though, the man starts shouting curses and ancient prophecies. You fall on the floor, your mind flooded with unspeakable images as the man slowly stands up, completely ignoring the chair he was seemingly tied to. You say it's a cult number. I say the man is just very kinky. Doing shibari practice out here. Bye. Smells nauseating, but you put some meat on your plate. Long pig steak, +2 stamina, adds status. Smells incredible. I don't think I want to eat that. Especially if it gives me a status. But okay. Hunger. They look tasty. Bow. 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 You shudder instantly, recognizing the room from the newspaper photo. 3 years ago, a man hanged himself here. Why is a vigil held in a place like this? Looks like one of the previous owners of this mansion liked to read. Dusty tomes reach the ceiling. You don't have much time, but maybe you could spare some to look through the books. Check out the pages. The notes lying around the table look like the ramblings of a madman. While you're trying to understand them, you read them out loud. Nothing happens, but you suddenly feel watched. You leave the reading room quickly. Pray over the body. And the body is missing. Well, burn an envelope found in the study. Seems that somebody has already removed all the furniture from this room. The overgrown plant is casting an unsettling shadow. Where is everybody? Mirror, you catch a glimpse of something that shouldn't be there. Time is 1 a.m. Nothing. Investigation can wait. Hot bath is too inviting. Yeah. 2 a.m. Burn an envelope. Takes you some time, but you finally find an envelope. Following instructions, you burn it without opening. Feel weird following obscure orders. Cover the mirror in the storage room. There's a local legend about a heartbroken seamstress. Covered. I found you at last. Interesting. What was it supposed to do? Cover the room. Mirror. Storage room. Ah, kill them. How do I cover it? I guess I don't. Oh, wait, no, I couldn't read it. That's dumb. Each day more holes appear. Can you fucking not? Jesus. Okay, I guess I just die. Wait, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Hello? This is fucking stupid. Literally. Absolutely ridiculously stupid that I missed. Not 4 times, but like 6 in a row. Go fuck yourself. about that. They just want to win once. Library notes. Gain a random spell, lose 2 reason. Forbidden knowledge. No. I really need to get around playing Max Payne again. Once a year, ramen shop appears where there was once an alleyway. Ramen sold and made is made for former patrons, but inside is made from its former patrons, but can cure any health problems. They legit just say that it's made from humans. Okay. Another boy from your school has disappeared. Rumor has it, a terrible woman has returned from the grave. A woman with the whitest smile and the sharpest scissors. Your friend knew he was up to something when he left you his book full of cryptic notes. I can send her back to where she belongs, he claimed. After he disappeared too, you decide to study the notebook for clues. Details a ritual that can stop the wicked woman once and for all. What's the worst thing that could happen? Your book left you a notebook. Your book left you a notebook. I'm tired. Your missing friend has left you a notebook. If the rumors are true, you need to stop the tall woman with scissors. You'll need to perform a ritual to force her material form to appear in our dimension. Accomplishing this first requires the drawing of an eldritch sigil and the lighting of holy candles. You can only hope your friend has left them somewhere around the school. Oh, hello. Who the fuck is with me? Ewa. Is that fucking Dwayne The Rock Johnson? I can smell what he's cooking. He's a chef. Why? Why? Why is he here? Getting a student database would certainly speed up your investigation, but the receptionist would never allow it. If only there was a way to make her go away for a while. You were unable to convince the receptionist to let you into the database. This has been a waste of time. Feels like something horrible is happening within the school. You must hurry and find those items. Find an old trophy case set in a seemingly abandoned corridor. Everything inside is covered in a thick layer of dust. One medal seems particularly valuable. Ah, that's what the tiny key is for. Interesting. You find a tiny trophy with a curious plaque. Grand Champion of the Cannibal Eating Contest, 1956. You found an additional page from your friend's diary. It seems that the blessed chalk was found on the roof. You must hurry and find it. Sigil can weaken the demon for a while. Careful with the lines. Mara's acting strange. I need to talk with her after class. I hope she didn't attempt the ritual. I've hidden the candles in one of the classrooms. Tomorrow I will perform the ritual. The pages seem irrelevant to the case. I hope they're okay. So I already have the ending of saving the friend. So this one I'm going to purposely fuck it up. Shouldn't risk that again. Something's wrong. Instead of a clear blue sky, you see the bloated corpse of a long-forgotten deity looming over the school's roof. The barrier between worlds is coming apart. You must hurry or risk being noticed by whatever eldritch horrors still lurk there. You succeed in grabbing the backpack and returning to the staircase leading back to our world. Found the blessed chalk. I love how I accidentally got it. Not once, but twice. You've encountered park guests. Heatwave continues with record temperatures. Continuing your investigation takes more and more effort. You found the holy candles in your friend's backpack. You lit them as instructed by the notebook. Everything is ready for the ritual. Wait, what's that? Oh, sigil and holy candles didn't seem to have any effect on the horrible monster. Have you drawn it wrong? Frozen in fear, you watch as the twitching horror gets closer and closer. It raises its enormous scissors and croaks. Am I beautiful? Twisting and twitching, the demon woman enters the classroom, cackling menacingly. Am I beautiful? I don't have anything. Dwayne! Ask your ally. Improv. Stabbed me. Ow. Beat the shit out of you with a stick. Fuck. This isn't going well. Frozen in fear, you watch as she gets closer. Her sharp scissors are slowly cutting through your cheeks as she asks you, am I beautiful? Cool. Just say occupado, right? Ow. Oh, that's a little easier on the eyes. Sorry. I know it's rough. No, I didn't like the blue either. You've been following the weird cult for weeks now, barely surviving the encounter with a skin hag at the nursery. It's a race against time and you can't really rest until your town is safe. Spine-chilling story, School of Scissors. That's this one again. This is the tutorial, by the way. Cauterize. Interesting. Huh, it seems like one person was involved with the current case of the prize-winning swimmer. open that door again, but we still explore the school, as in we open that door again to leave. Ow. You raise your head in time to see Yolazith's single eye glaring down at you. You scream as your mind is flooded with forbidden knowledge and your skin is etched with ancient runes and curses. Ow. You found blessed chalk, which you can use to draw the sigil in your ritual. Triangle, star, circle. What a horrible night to have a curse. Is it another triangle? Yeah, it's this one. It should be correct. No, that's definitely not correct, buddy. Why is it saying that other one's correct? Yeah. That's weird. You carefully enter the biology classroom. The room seemed empty at first until you switched lights on. You gasp in horror, laying in a pool of blood as one of the teachers with a fruit knife in hand. There's a jar of formaldehyde on the nearest table. Mesmerized by the spiral pattern on the sea creature's skin, you step over the body and come closer. Then the voices start. Lump of flesh. Plus 5 stamina. Adds new status. It's undulating slowly. Slimy and smelly. What is it? It's pulsing slowly in your hand. It's possible angles and seemingly moving lines make your head spin. How is this possible? Come, the holy candles. Wait, what's that? Take a step back as the writhing amorphous mass slowly takes shape. Soon it becomes a tall, woman-like creature with 3 faces, all connected by a wide smile. Now it is your chance to fight and defeat this horror. It'll also be your only chance. Twisting and twitching, the demon woman enters the classroom, cackling menacingly. Am I beautiful? No, I know. I know that it means I got it right. Mouth. Can I stop missing, please? Oh, Jesus. Ancient horror lies dead in the classroom floor, slowly dissolving into nothingness. You find your friend gravely wounded but alive. You help him, and you limp away from the school as the police sirens get louder and louder. Anyways, that was the tutorial. This is kind of what I'm looking for a horror type webcomic, is something seemingly mundane getting turned over on its head in some creepy form or fashion. I just don't know how to make it unique. Like, obviously, because I'm making it, it's gonna be unique because I haven't made something like that before. But at the same time, like, I don't want to fall to cliches and shit like that. But I also know that if you don't let people be able to predict shit, then it's not that great of a story. Writing is hard. I only have 21 days to do it. Ugh. Oh hey, we're Yakuza boy again. Alrighty. Investigation can wait. Yeah. Young woman wrinkles her nose when she notices you. You swear you've seen a symbol engraved on her necklace before. You want to pay respects to that old creep. Follow the corridor to the right. Feel watched. Bow, bow, clap, clap. You've prayed enough. Uh-oh. I've never gotten that wrong before. We'll see what happens, I guess. Ooh, cauterize. Nice. Light up the fireplace. Spot some dry firewood and add it to the fireplace. Nice. Let's not pretend like we want to be here. Yeah, that's fair. Clap, pow, bow. Walking through the forest, you spot a pair of legs sticking out of a bush. Before you can do anything, however, they twitch and move. Man-eating plant. Can we please? Hearing a weak, wavering cry, you enter a dark room. Inside, you spot a figure hunched in the corner. You recognize the expensive clothes, but this thing can't possibly be a human. Don't look at me. Oh, Akane, transformed by her greed. Well. That was fast. I just straight up killed Akane. Yep, in the envelope. Your mind gets flooded with knowledge. It was a good decision, right? -6 doom, costs 2 stamina, one-time use only. Looks like one of the previous owners of this mansion liked to read. Certain shelves. Books are covered in a thick layer of dust. They seem rare, but cover mundane topics such as botany and anatomy. Entering a dark room, you spot Hawato and his wife hugging each other. When they turn around, you scream in terror. Their bodies are slowly becoming one, and they fused phrases. God, rage. Does that read rage to you? Finally fused together. I think this is happening because I'm not doing it right. I've never seen these happen before. Oh god. As the vigil is nearing its end, the whole mansion shakes more and more until the walls start to collapse, revealing the shocking truth about your whereabouts. The walls of the corridor collapse, revealing an alien landscape. You can taste blood in your mouth as slimy appendages start slowly getting closer. A voice in your head tells you what to do. Kind of already killed everyone. Unforeseen force leads your hands. You reach for a knife and stab the surprised guest. The price is paid. A dark voice booms in your head as everything gets dark. When you wake up, you find yourself lying in wet grass. The old mansion nowhere to be seen. Standing next to you is a naked, bloated old man. You recognize the tattoo on the man's toe. It's your deceased granduncle. With a coarse voice, he explains the ritual. You try to keep up with him, but you're weak and your head spins. The death toll must remain the same. 2 die and 2 survive. You feel like vomiting as the old man who's cheated death disappears behind trees. Everything gets dark. The man who thought was your uncle had cheated death, making you an accessory to murders. You know the police officers won't believe you when you tell them the truth, and you do your best to forget the nightmares you left behind. I always get the same ones I've already got him! What's here? Blah, 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 ramen shop. Well, we can try, I guess. Horrible history of household hell. There are too many old mansions around this town. Ooh Manor is one of them. supposedly haunted by the family of four, who disappeared without a trace one summer. But is it the only tragic event that took place there? Friends we've talked with are not sure where the mansion itself is located. We first have to find the mansion. A trip to the library may shed some light on it. Seaside twice. Talk him out of it. No! Something gigantic and invisible leaves a deep void in the sea. It's not moving, but you swear it's watching you. You've learned the Cliff Mansion was built on is famous for its extensive cave system. You decided to read some books that might help you. One house owner, however, decided to make use of the cave tunnel. It's a natural concert hall, he claims. An article covers a group of scientists from Tokyo. They're exploring and mapping weird cave formations found in the cliffs. In search of the missing team, one of the scientists continues. The only clue so far is the code written in the covered hall. 431 hertz. Here, a few books at the main reading room. You decide to make some notes about some subjects that could be relevant to the case. Hopefully all your work won't go to waste. Art knowledge. Irezumi. Items in the shops are cheaper by one, minimum one. Yakuza card! One additional slot becomes available in all shops. Removes the illicit tag from all items. Hell yeah, I'm getting that. We really need to up our knowledge here. New spell. Invisibility. Until the end of this current mystery, there is no doom penalty for escaping from combat. For a reason, though. Who didn't do those drawings, and who did? You heard about the computer program? But give me a break. It wasn't the same when he came back. How did you do on your English exam? Nice. Not nice. Not nice. Beat the shit out of you. Wasting my time and my EXP. Enter an art classroom. The room is cluttered with half-finished sculptures and bizarre masks hanging on the wall. One sculpture strikes you as eerily realistic. Well, a mask that's similar to the design you once saw in an occult book. You decide to take it with you. Oh. Ugh. No, thank you. Two funds. Sure. It's bugged. Oh my god, are you serious? It's fucking bugged. Well. So, because I have the Yakuza card, it gives it another slot for an item that normally wouldn't be there. And it also gets rid of the illicit tag, so I can have, like, goofy items, like things that police officers might tag me for, or something like that. But it was bugged, so it was not allowing me to click on the compass button. I had to click on the discount item button, and the text was fucked up because it couldn't handle having that many items on screen. So... guess the game is still early access. I don't think it is. It's not until you've unwrapped it that you understand what it is. Shocked, you let it fall to the floor from your bloodied hands. Comparing different mansions with a sketch, you finally find the one. There's only one problem. You'll need a strong rope to enter the mansion through the high window. Waves lazily wash the shore. You take a deep breath. The fresh sea air clears your head. You make it through the window. This is the abandoned mansion your friends have talked about. Let's explore it. You find a heavy tome wrapped in moth-eaten black velvet in an old locked cabinet. When you remove the book's wrappings, you recoil in disgust. It's bound in human flesh. You never know what's inside the Hades book, but that's a good thing. The whole building shakes as you enter the room. Suddenly, a stone pillar bursts through the floor where you stood just moments ago. Noticing the arcane symbols painted on the stone, you take a step closer. Damn it. You try to recognize the symbols, but they shift and change right before your eyes. Dizzy, you escape the room as blood oozes from your nose. The mirror, you catch a glimpse of something. Suddenly, a wall in front of you withers and falls apart, revealing a hole-ridden monstrosity. Not this asshole! What? That's rude. Thank you. My reason is so fucking low. Following a suspicious person, you enter an old, rundown mansion room. It stinks like spoiled milk and only has 2 doors, one of which you came through. Can't see the strange man anywhere. There's nothing important here, but you think you might be able to use one item you do find. I'll put that in the container. Mooney! The whole stylist thing isn't creepy. I mean, that's kind of the point. It's a horror game. How you doing, hon? Keep looking for a key. investigation's taking a toll on you. Great. Fight this feeling. Parasitic star is looming over the dying civilization. Is this the fate of our planet as well? Dig through the sand. Damn it. Digging beneath the stone pillar, you unearth a chest. Inside you find a rotting human head. I'm gonna die! Unsure what to expect. The sturdy door to the study opens with a creak. The dark, musty room is empty, but something feels wrong. A faint draft, perhaps. You move the rotten carpet down aside to reveal a secret passageway cut directly into the roof rock. Just trying to chill while home. Hey, more than happy to have you, hun. This isn't really a game for chilling, though, technically. Following a strange song, you discover a hidden passage that leads you to an underground chamber connected to the sea. You can't find the source of the sounds, but then it hits you. The acoustics of this place make the waves sound like almost a beautiful serenade. Mesmerized, you step closer to the stone altar at the end of the room. Explore the side corridors, but it's too dark. If only you had some source of light. Fuck! I knew I should have bought the fucking flashlight. The holy chants from the caves connect to the mansion must have driven the family insane. No connection to the outside world, they fed themselves with what they had themselves. However, they didn't plan to just sit and explain the fresh corpses and what tracks are on the altar. The store closed. The friendly dog disappeared last night. You'll have to find a new place to buy equipment. Someone killed the dog! No! I put that in my fucking storage room. CQC! You know what? Fuck it. I will. Reason. Snake? Seriously? I like horror even if I get creeped out. Part of the fun. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Demolition of an old inner-city shrine has resulted in an array of unfortunate accidents, and most recently, the death of 6 people is suspected of the arson. Spine-chilling story of school scissors. I'm skipping through these because we've done this one quite a few times already. Door shouldn't be there. Go in. The temperature abruptly drops and you shudder in the icy cold. You find yourself in the middle of a snowy wasteland. A sudden gust flings you to your knees. You inhale deeply, feeling your chest tighten and ache. Your fingers and ears are already numb and freezing. You have to move. Frozen guard corpses stand on the eternal guard duty. You find you worthy. The usurper king kindly decides to share his forbidden knowledge with you. I just got that reason! Frostbite? I didn't get to read it again! Fuck you. Time warper. I have withdraw. Are you kidding me? I'm going to die. Wait. Okay. No! Jesus! Bottom triangle, loop, circle. Okay. I'm gonna grab this just in case too. So I don't forget about it later. You enter the damp smelling sport wing. There's a backpack drifting on a swimming board in the middle of the pool. Could it be what you were looking for? You enter the pool and start swimming towards the backpack. Suddenly, the water turns murky and you realize you're not alone in the pool. Oh! No! I'm dead. God. Oh, I'm not gonna last. Oh god. I guess it's this one? It looks too high. I guess that's it. Excuse me. Feeling like you're on the brink of losing your mind, you decide to visit your parents' old friend, Father Yusuke. Hey kiddo, says the priest is currently moving some boxes in and out of the church building. Could you lend me a hand? No. Lifting a box, you feel your back cracking, but you manage to get it all over with relatively quickly. Afterwards, Father Yusuke invites you inside for a cup of hot tea and home-baked cookies made of one of the parishioners. You explain your situation to him. The priest listens, letting you vent all your doubts and anxiety. Oh, I wish I had cauterized still. I'm not gonna last. Hearing an eerie sound coming from behind the door, you decide to check it out. At first glance, the abandoned classroom seems empty. Once your eyes get used to the darkness, you discover an unusual sigil drawn on the floor. Judging by the smoke, someone put out the candle the moment you entered. Light it. Oh. Oh. The moment you light the remaining candle, the ground under the sigil collapses, revealing an impossibly deep hole. Its walls are carved into a spiral shape, giving it an illusion of movement. But that's because it's an illusion, right? No, I'm not ready. Oh. Take a step back as a writhing amorphous shape mass takes shape. I can't read. Soon it becomes a tall woman-like creature with 3 faces, all connected by a wide smile. Now it is your chance to fight and defeat this horror. It is also your only chance. That's a lot. I want to run. 3 damage to all. I'm not making it out of this. I didn't even have a fucking chance. I got so... Ugh. I just want to win once. Like, that's all. All I want to do is win once. I have never won once, ever. It's so annoying. Thus with knowledge, minus for a reason. Take care, Mittens. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Bizarre brute of the blood-curdling botanist. Your neighbor asked you to help. Her husband, Shiro-san, has gone missing. She's worried it might be connected with the new fertilizer he ordered from Tokyo. What is he doing and where is he? You've got a business card of the gardening company where the missing man was working. Maybe some of his colleagues could tell you anything useful. School. A tall woman with an unsettling face and twitching lips stops you. I'll be your new biology teacher. Could you help me move some stuff to my new office? Creepy substitute teacher hands you some old books to carry. Among the mundane titles, you find one called Extinction of Mankind. You shudder, feeling the teacher's gaze on your back. A new, yet undefined species of cordyceps fungus has been observed to infect rats, taking over their bodies. Could have the same effect with other mammals. Something's wrong. You don't see anyone on the street. Could have sworn it was crowded just a minute ago. You'd better hurry out of here. Shiro-san has always been a weirdo, but he was good at what he did. Last month, he ordered a pack of experimental fungicide from Tokyo. I think I've seen the dispatch order with an address somewhere, the old man says. Help me move this dirt and I'll look for it. Though, through the dirty restaurant window, you notice a shady-looking man wearing a jacket covered in strange symbols. He stops in front of a house, visibly nervous. Before he checks the house, he turns around, as if he's checking for any unwanted followers. What could it mean? Call police. Damn it. You couldn't convince the police officer to take you seriously by the time you managed to find a willing cop. The house is empty. That's annoying. Well, the dispatch order is a stain, foul-smelling liquid. You think you can make out the address, at least parts of it. The house is somewhere in the nearby forest. That's never a good sign. Sorry, you remember the trees growing so close to each other. It said that the famous priest died on this rock. Perhaps his mysticism seeped into it? Touching it with your hand, you feel your newfound knowledge forming into your mind. Third eye. +1 knowledge and perception until the end of the mystery. Effect doesn't stack. Cost 3 reasons. No thanks. Trees begin to blot out the sun. Shape shimmers beneath the surface. With a splashing sound, something emerges from the murky depths. Leech girl. The road you've been on following suddenly ends. You have to go back. sudden storm forces you to find shelter in a nearby cave. Looking around, you discover strange markings on the cave's walls. You recognize the strange symbols and connect them to the horrors plaguing your town. You stumble upon a half-eaten deer carcass. Finally, after what felt like hours of following the dirt road, you find an old mansion. It's completely overgrown with plants you've never seen before. In front of the mansion, there is a gardening company minivan filled with boxes. Slowly, you enter the building with caution. You stand in the middle of the room when suddenly the floor gives up and you fall down to the basement. Falling through the hole in the floor, you find yourself in an overgrown basement. In the corner lies a man you recognize. It's Shido-san, the missing gardener. You must help him escape this cursed place. Shido-san! Attack the gardener. This turn, plants will attack you instead of Shido-san. Lead the gardener. Continue leading the injured man outside. You'll need to perform this action multiple times to leave the mansion. What's that? Stop and take a closer look at Shido-san's injuries. Doorways blocked with thick branches. You need to find another way out. Floor gives up. Funny wording. Owie. Owie. Sorry. Wait. Alright, you're gonna have to take all the damage now. I protected you all I can. Nice. Plants continue to attack you as you and the gardener flee from the forest, only to suddenly stop when you reach the city limits. You manage to call an ambulance from the phone booth, but lose consciousness before it arrives. You wake up in your hospital, your wounds treated. When asked about Shido-san, the doctors are puzzled. You're the only person they found. The gardener is missing to this day. Huh? Okay. That felt like a very stupid ending. Not gonna lie. Search for missing person continues in the forest surrounding Shidokawa. Sure. We are going to rest a couple of times. Stopped by a masked man wearing a lab coat. He introduced himself as a researcher from Tokyo University, testing a new treatment method that would revolutionize modern medicine. He holds a pile of documents. He tells you he would heal your wounds for free. You just need to sign here. I like free medicine. Later, you wake up in the abandoned surgical ward with the old part of the hospital with a nasty wound. The doctor is nowhere to be seen. not healing my wounds. I'm an asshole. Help. Hasty aid. For receiving a combat stamina wound, replace hasty aid with a random injury. Sure, I'll keep that there. Investigate. Damn it. Stop hurting me! Yeah, milk. The investigation's starting to take a toll on your health. You feel like you're about to fall asleep standing up. How do you address your weakened state? Take a nap. The world may be falling apart, but you really needed that. The apartment is on the 3rd floor. There's no way somebody used the window to escape the murder scene. You find an envelope lying on a pillow in your bedroom. Inside is cash, waiting a note waiting from someone who has been watching you. They wish you luck in your task and promise to meet you soon. Just how did this envelope end up in your bedroom? Ah, waste my time. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but okay. Nice. Not nice. Go away. Nice. Not waiting to take an elevator, you decided to use the rarely used stairs. Fuck. This isn't good. Badly bleeding. Nice. We should interview the neighbors. Maybe you'll discover something the police missed. Or that. Badly bruised. So the end of the current mystery. That's not too bad. Especially since we have a friend who's helping us with our strength. Wandering through the empty corridor, you find an old vending machine. You don't recognize the brand of soda, but you could really use a bath and think of all the possible needs so far. You're very tired, so maybe ice and water is a good idea. Your body clearly wasn't prepared for a cold bath, and you can feel a cold coming on. Great. Why can't we ever talk to you? What? Why can we click that? Let me talk to you! Dick. Dark forces scheme against you. You don't know who you can trust anymore. I am cursed. While looking around the ransacked room of a recently deceased friend, you discover a half-finished painting of a woman. Her skin a ghastly pale yellow color. Unintimidated by the painting, it gives you an insight into the madness that possessed your friend. I don't see how that could be intimidating, but okay. You enter the boiler room and trip over a pipe, blah blah blah, check the vent. I got the tiny key. For those curious, yes, I've gotten that ending before many times, if not every time. I can't see anything. Local dentist has been found guilty of implanting dog teeth on their human patients. Motive is currently unknown. Ow! That hurt. Could you imagine finding a magical Twinkie? Not really. I don't find Twinkies to be very magical. Oh yeah. Why do I fail that every time? God. Sudden growl coming from behind a corner makes you stop. Quick thinking. Folklore and studies or outdoors. I'm gonna go with quick thinking. That always seems to pop up. Damn it. I don't have any money. Oh, I didn't mean to sell them both. I'm stupid. I don't have any information to give anyways. Whatever. Feasting on a bloated corpse carried by the beach waves. Reaching for your body, you're attacked by several crabs who don't want to share their meal. Yeah, I'm definitely dead. Walking the beach, you discovered a giant charred pit. As you wonder what was burned here and why, you hear the crackling sound getting louder, and everything around you is getting hotter. That's not gonna work this time. I used too much health. Ritual was too long. Okay, so it's 5? Clap. Bow, bow, clap. Bow. I hate these so fucking much. Just kill me. Honestly. Corpse dust. Plus 20 experience. Minus 2 luck. Unfortunately, wasn't enough to make me level up. So I'm dead. I think that's enough for today. It's already 7 p.m. and as you can hear my voice, it's not great. So I'm gonna end it here. That was annoying. Ugh. But hopefully this can generate some creepy ideas eventually. Either way, thanks for hanging out for those who stopped by. I appreciate it very much. And I hope to see you all again soon. Take care. Bye bye.